Hi, everybody. Welcome to the exciting round 10 of the FIDE Chess Olympiad. My name is FIDE Masagari Shankar, and I'm going to be your host today. And it's going to be such an insanely exciting game because we have India versus United States on board one. The games have just begun because of the 15-minute delay. We're going to go jump right into it. But before that, let me give you a couple of information. This is the general info we have here. 11 round Swiss. The tournament, it takes place in Budapest, Hungary. The time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, plus a 30-minute increment, and also a 30-second increment from move 1. Tomorrow will be the final day. I will be commentating with the amazing Eric Rosen tomorrow. And the score, as we'll see, is each win gets the team 2 points. So after 9 games, we have India with an almost perfect score, 17 out of 18. They drew yesterday to Uzbekistan. Very exciting match. And they're playing the second place USA today. So very, very important match here that we're going to witness. And and without further ado, let's begin going into the games. Also, I want to check the women's standings. We have Kazakhstan leading with 16 out of 18 and India followed by China. Okay. So we're going to jump right into board 1. Hopefully everything will load. And I believe it has. There we go. We have a really intricate production. I really want to say thank you to Grandmaster Ilya Nizhnik for helping me set up all the technical stuff before the stream started. So thank you so much, Ilya. All right. We have some moves already. Gukesh has opened with d4. Okay. And Fabiano plays knight f6, c4, e6, and g3. So we might see a Catalan opening here. G3 is a very interesting order because it leaves this diagonal open. There are certain nuances with G3, pluses and minuses. The most common way to reach the Catalan is knight f3. After G3, one of the most sharp options for black is actually C5. And this can transpose into a Benoni with G3. But Fabiano plays D5. I think both players want to keep it solid on board 1. Bishop G2 played. Okay. Also to the chat, hello. Feel free to let me know where you're watching from. Let me know if I need to adjust something with the audio or sound effects or anything like that. Yes, it'll be a very exciting day for sure. It was so exciting I could barely sleep yesterday. And we have our first surprise. Knight c6 from Fabiano. I have never seen this move played in a critical game. This is amazing. Knight c6 already? If I saw this, I would assume that this was somebody who didn't know the opening. Wow. Usually, the main move here is bishop b4 check or bishop e7. Maybe c6. Knight c6 doesn't make any sense to me. This must be very concrete. Maybe black wants to take the pawn and hold on to it and transpose into it. Perhaps this is playable, but this is definitely new. If I check the Lichess database right now, I'm going to guess that this is played less than 5% of the time. It's been played 0% of the time. So less than 1%. So what a surprise by Fabiano. And I will be highly surprised if Gukesh knows this. So the main moves are bishop e7, 37% of the time. D takes c4. I should have mentioned this 30% of the time. Bishop b4 check. And then c3 is 3%. There's c5, which is the Tarish. Knight bd7. Knight c6 is not studied at all. So is Fabiano playing a slightly worse move to surprise Gukesh, or is knight c6 actually a good move that has been right under our noses for decades? A novelty on move 4. This is amazing. My guess would be that if it's a novelty on move 4, it must be not that good. But maybe it will be connected with d takes c4, because then it transposes to many lines. So for example, if knight f3, d takes c4 is actually a very, very popular line, played thousands of times, because this knight helps you protect this pawn. Rook b8, b5, a6, b5, knight a5. A lot of reasons why the knight's useful. And Gukesh just allows Fabio to transpose into something that's well known. Gukesh is not trying to refute Fabiano's opening. And he plays it quite quickly. Interesting. I wish we could see Gukesh's body language. The camera there. Oh yeah, there it is. Was anyone looking at the camera while Fabiano played knight c6? It seemed... I would be surprised. And I think there must be some concrete move here for white that takes advantage of it. I'll be surprised if there isn't. Let's actually turn on the engine for 1 second to see if there is a move here, or is transposing the only option, and this is just a funny mortar. Okay, the engine says, actually, this is just a funny mortar, and knight f3 is the best move. Interesting. Yeah. There's actually no refutation to this move, because it's not like you can play b3 or anything, because the pawn on d4 is under pressure. So d takes c4 is going to happen pretty much no matter what. So, I wonder why this mortar is not played as much then. Knight f3 and rook b8. Wait a second. Guys, Fabiano is not done. He's not transposing. Fabiano continues to tease this idea of transposing into the dc4. I think these are mortar tricks to take Gukesh a little bit out of book / cut off some of his options. So c takes d5, I have a comment in the chat. Is it now good? Usually, c takes d5 is a move. And I agree that having the knight on c6 makes it look a little bit worse, because c6 is what black wants to fight against the bishop on g2. But maybe the knight can move somewhere and play c6 later. It's not such a big deal, right? This might be Fabiano's idea. This also opens the bishop. That's the main reason why c takes d5 is not the move that you really want to play, because it opens the bishop. I do agree that white does get something for it. If the knight was on b8, then c takes d5 is an absolutely horrible move, because c6 and the Catalan bishop is no longer active. Plus, usually when white takes on d5, the structure is b6. And when black plays b6 and then white takes on d5, then the bishop usually goes here, and the bishop is no longer active here. The reason why the bishop goes to b7 is because b6 creates these holes. So the general accepted way to do this is the moment that black plays b6, white can consider c takes d5. It's a very standard possibility, and the structure turns into some sort of hanging pawns, which is considered to be good for white by most engines. So that's why knight c6 is kind of a little bit of a tricky move order. The engines do think that this is fine for black, so this knight being here must not be so bad. Maybe there are ways to fix it. Okay. Anyway, the current position is rook b8, and yeah, Gukesh is thinking, guys. This means that he's never seen this position before. And I can tell you straight off the bat, castle, d takes c4, one of the main lines for white after dc4, I believe, is queen a4. This move is very solid because white pretty much wins back the pawn. I had a couple of games, I believe, bishop b4 check. I was playing white, bishop d2, and then knight d5, protecting the bishop so that the queen can't take. And in many lines, white can actually win the pawn back through queen b5, even now. But the main line goes bishop b4, knight takes b4, this one, because the knight on c6 is pinned, and then castle, or even a3 is a move. And black plays this move, rook b8. This move is dangerous because of b5. If black gets b5, white's in trouble because the pawn will never be won back. And the bishop goes to b7 as well. So here, white can take the opportunity to play queen b5 or perhaps knight a3 or knight c3. This prevents b5. And queen b5 is coming. If you castle queen b5, I think it's a move. I think I had a game literally like this. b6 to go here. And I took the pawn. My opponent played bishop a6. I played knight b5. In fact, Fabiano has a game with black in this position against Wesley So. And after this, it's about equal. White might be a tiny bit better. So this is the main line, and it's very drawish. But the reason I'm showing you this line is that if you look at the move order that Fabiano played with rook b8, if Gukesh castles and then Fabi takes, queen a4 doesn't make any sense anymore because b5. So by playing rook b8 prior to taking the pawn, I believe he just cut off the queen a4 option, which is a very solid option for white. The other option, I just had a blitz game like this 2 days ago, is to play the move e3. And you try to play queen to e2, black plays b5, then white actually does a pawn sacrifice with b3. So for example, these are the variations. And you play b3 at some point, they take, and you get this position where white is down a pawn, but white has compensation. But honestly, black is a full pawn up, and the compensation is not so much here. The king is safe. Black can probably give back the pawn at some point and still be fine. And I believe Fabiano probably prepared these positions really well and found out that black is completely fine, objectively. So maybe he doesn't mind a position where he's forcing Gukesh to give up the pawn and try to win it back. Now, other approaches for white, probably. But queen a4 was the main approach where white is playing without any risk. So Fabiano is challenging Gukesh to sacrifice the pawn if he wants to and go into that line. But what if Gukesh plays b3 here instead of castling? That does justify, that takes advantage of black's lack of playing d takes c4. So I believe Gukesh is currently thinking about, should I stop this move? And how should I do it? b3? Knight bd2? Maybe, is there a knight e5? C takes d5 now? Because rook on b8 is another move. And the interesting thing is, Fabiano has studied the heck out of this. He studied all of these responses. He has a file on cd5. He has a file on b3. He's done an analysis on knight bd2. You betcha. He knows. He studied all these lines. Gukesh is currently in Fabiano's neighborhood. Fabiano knows the map. Gukesh is currently trying to figure it out. And he already used about 10 minutes. Because increment. Fabiano actually got up from the board if you look at the camera. So psychological advantage to Fabiano, who has done the first serve balls in Gukesh's court. Very interesting, guys. Feel free to ask me any questions. I have my chat, YouTube chat, and Lichess.org chat. I'll be mostly focusing on the Lichess.org chat on Twitch, which is the main one. But occasionally I will take a peek at the YouTube chat and my own stream chat as well. Also, let me know where you're watching from, what boards you want me to focus on as well. Yes, we can. Emmy Emerson says, can we focus on Poland? We will get there. How about I go through the rest of the India versus USA boards, and then we can go to Poland. All right, so let's go to Prague's game while Gukesh is pondering. By the way, I should mention that Gukesh and Fabiano are one of the top scorers in board one. They both have been just killing it. So this matchup are two players in very top form in a very important match. Very interesting. Okay, I think they're both unbeaten. Gukesh has a higher performance. I think Gukesh is performing like a 3,000, but Fabi is also performing like a high 2,800 or 2,900, something like that. All right, we have a very exciting opening in the Wesley So versus Prague game. We have an Italian opening. I believe Prague plays this with both colors. Castle. This is a slightly different move order. C3 is the main move, but castle, there are so many orders in Italian. It should transpose. C3. A6. Already after A6, knight A5 starts to become a threat. Although I think that knight A5 is not an immediate threat because there are some moves like B4, knight takes C4, B takes C5, or bishop takes F7, B4, I believe. So black usually plays bishop A7, and then knight A5 becomes an actual threat to win the soul of the white's position, which is the Italian bishop. So after bishop A7, it does become a threat to play knight A5, but not while the bishop's on C5. So we have A4. This prevents any future B5, as well as gives a square for the bishop and prepares white's own queenside expansion. So it's a good move. Bishop A7. Knight BD2. Knight BD2 starts the maneuver to go to potentially G3, E3, sometimes even C4. The downside is that white blocks the bishop, which makes all the lines with bishop G5 the exciting lines where black castles, white play bishop G5, and there's a little chase. And these are one of the craziest, most complex positions in chess. So knight BD2 is saying, Wesley is signaling that he doesn't want to take too much risk. Castle and bishop E6. I think Prague is also saying that he doesn't want to take too much risk because bishop E6 is kind of initiating some trades. Bishop takes E6, F E6, B4. Okay, so this position is very famous in Italian, and I still think this position is an enigma because computers will say white's point 2, and I play this with black, and I have not lost with black in the norm tournaments that I played. I've always felt like practically these positions are easier to play for black, or at least in blitz or lower levels at least. I don't really like the fact that black has some easy pressure and easy plans. Queen E8 played, by the way, to put pressure on white's king. Now, of course, Wesley has analyzed these positions to death and have more knowledge than all of us and knows how to deal with all these potential ways to attack the king. I think the setups are moves like rook A2, rook E1, knight F1, bishop E3. There are ideas of playing the knight going to H2 in some positions. There are some ideas where white plays G3 at some point to kick the knight out or prevent it. So there are many, many interesting setups that white has worked out. So we'll see how Prague will attack Wesley's king and how Wesley will try to neutralize everything. And the main strategy for white in this position is to first neutralize black's kingside initiative. But then once that happens, the pawns are going to start to roll. White will have a future initiative on the queen side with moves like b5 at some point. And some point, once the bishops and knights are gone, d4 will happen. There'll be pressure here, here, and here. So the first stage for white is to figure out what to do about the pressure. And I'm excited to see how Wesley will actually respond to this queen e8 move. What is the setup that he's going to choose? I believe it'll be something along the lines of rook e1, knight f1, rook a2, perhaps bishop e3, things of that nature. Okay. Let's go to Dominguez. New Iliad today. Yes. My name is Fede Master Gari Shankar. I'm from Chicago, actually. And I'm of Indian heritage. It's interesting to see an India versus US matchup. But I don't have a horse in this race. I just want to see a good match. Okay. We have third board now. Arjun Ergaisi, who's on fire this tournament. Both Gukesh and Arjun are on the form of their lives so far. So it'll be exciting to see. And I believe, objectively speaking, from what I've seen, Arjun's games have been super precise, even more than Gukesh's. The excuse that Gukesh can say is, I'm on board 1. I'm playing people like Fabiano. So perhaps it's easier to play more accurate chess when you're playing slightly lower rated opposition. But this one is very high opposition. Team USA has all 2700s and above, same as Team India. So we have, I believe the average rating of the Indian team is 2760, and the US is about the same, 2750. Very, very high quality matchup here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to go to the first moves. We have a Slav from Dominguez. A6. I believe it's called the Chebanenko Slav. C5. Normally, white doesn't play moves like c5 because b6 would undermine the c5 pawn, but it makes sense to play c5 after black has played a6 because there's no way to take the pawn back, and this creates some weaknesses. But b6 played anyway, takes. Black accepts the weaknesses. Perhaps black wants to play some sort of pawn break with c5 in the far future and just try to take over the center. Currently, though, black is lacking some development, so knight bd7 played, focusing on development and start taking the pawn back. a3. Not the first move that comes to your mind in this position, but there must be some deep idea connected with knight a4 and b4, I believe. Still quite a surprising move. I would think something else, developing some pieces, would be the move here. Knight a4, yes, there it is. Chasing the queen away. g3 now. Interesting. I think g3 is because white wants to play bishop f4 for free. So it doesn't mind playing g3, bishop g2. You don't want to lock in your bishop to after playing e3, and there's no good square for it, I suppose, because bishop g5, even knight e4 could be a problem at some point. And notice that white doesn't mind trading the dark side bishops because black has a bad bishop on c8 for now and actually wants to play c5. If you trade the dark square bishops, maybe white can get a clamp on the square and there will be no pawn break. Also refer to a6, a3 being useful now, right? Because b4 does stop c5 at some point. So bishop d6 played, and now e3, not taking the bishop, keeping the tension on the board, all preparation. So if Dominguez takes, does Arjun take with the G pawn or the E pawn? Must be the G pawn. Yeah, must be the G pawn. Let me check. Yeah, definitely. Both are fine, apparently. But G pawn is slightly better. And maybe there's some issues playing. There's a move here, knight c5, apparently. And then rook c1. So black loses a pawn. And after knight d7, you can't even do this because b4 is coming too. So we see that a3 is a very useful move. So interesting opening by Ergaisi here. The time usage is a little surprising because Dominguez is still in prep, and there have been some games until the last move. A5 is the first new move. The last game in the database is E5 and castling. So A5 is a new move and rook C1. So just from looking at this position, it seems to me that white might be a tiny bit better because black has some concrete issues to solve, namely the backward pawn on C6. And the bishop is not so great, although bishop A6 can be played now. So some slight structural issue for black and the weak square. And Dominguez has started thinking, so there he's out of book now. Finally, let's go to board 4. Another Italian. Another Italian here. And similar moves to Wesley's game. You know, I was reading some chess history. There has been an Olympiad where the same team had the same opening right next to each other. And they could just wait out to see what their partner would play. So it has happened before, and it actually went on for quite a number of moves. And I think the story was that one of the teammates knew the line and the other one didn't study it, so he could literally just wait for his friend to play the move. It's interesting, but ultimately they deviated. Soviet Union vs. Argentina match? Really? Okay. I think it happened recently as well. Maybe a couple of years ago. But it probably happened multiple times. So I wonder what the procedure is because it's a very interesting situation. So A4. So now we have actually deviation. We know that Wesley's game was A6 and A4. Here, H3 was played instead of castle. And then bishop B6 was played. This is a huge difference. I think Vidit is pretty innovative in this kind of positions because do you guys remember the game he played against Hikaru in the candidates? It wasn't in Berlin though, but position looks very similar. And he did a piece sacrifice on H3 and won against Hikaru in a spectacular attacking game. And I think in that game, his bishop was also on B6. My point is that he seems to be cooking up some interesting ideas with black in these structures. And bishop B6 might be a reflection of that. A4 played. Now, the reason I don't like bishop b6 in general is that this knight could possibly go to c4 in many variations, and the bishop is under attack again, and you really don't want to do this to your structure. So, isn't that bishop going to be a target? Perhaps white can, or black can, stop that by not going for the bishop e6 plan, because the bishop on c4 blocks this from happening. So black might try a different strategy altogether. And what is that strategy? We're going to find out. Maybe it's connected to some knight e7, c6, knight g6 plan. So I doubt that Vidit will play bishop e6 because of the aforementioned c4 square being an issue. It is just one tempo, but it's a tempo. h6, delaying the move bishop e6. I should also note that when you play h6, it's usually a sign that you're not going to play bishop e6, because then take, this g6 square is vulnerable. Not such a big deal, but these things do add up. So h6 signals that bishop e6 will not be played. If bishop e6 will be played, it will be after rook e8 and rook takes e6. But once again, I'm starting to think that Vidit has other plans. So we're done with the first 4 boards. Looks like all the games are off to an exciting start. We have 2 Italians. We have 1 Catalan with a twist. And we have 1 Slav with a twist. So 2 well-known openings, but closed openings with a lot of richness. And 2 slightly novel opening lines. Nothing too played out yet. So it's going to be exciting, guys. Very complex positions on all boards. So we had a request to look at the Poland match. And also Fedosea versus Anishkiri, Uzbek China. So, guys, which one should we look at first? Feel free to let me know again the board number, and I will go to those games. Or anything interesting going on, you guys let me know, because there are 100 games as well. We had to cover not all of them, but all the interesting ones at least I'll try to. Let's do Ding versus Abdusattorov first, because that was a request. Camera should update. And just really quickly, I can go to the standings. So 15 points for Uzbekistan, and same as for China. So it's a very important matchup here. Ding versus Nordirbek, who's also having the tournament of his life with an amazing performance, undefeated. Carlsen is in the tank, someone says. Okay, we'll check that out too. But let's take a look at the Ding Liren Abdusattorov game first. Wow, crazy opening. We have I don't know what the name of this line is. Some sort of a reversed Queen's Gambit accepted from white. That's the only name I could think of. It's also called the Colley system, but usually in the Colley system, white plays c3, bishop d3, or the Zucker-Torts system, b3, bishop b2. The dc5 move makes me think it's a Queen's Gambit accepted reversed. And b4. White is trying to hold on to the pawn. So it's like they switch colors, and black is playing as white with the tempo down. The Queen's Gambit accepted. b6. This is also a very popular opening called the triangle. Black takes the pawn and makes a triangle. So this is, again, one tempo down triangle. Or I should say one tempo up from white's perspective. So bishop b5 check. Obviously b6, if you take, there's an intermediate move, bishop b4 check. So white does the check first. And this allows white to castle very quickly. a4. Black wins back the pawn. And now we have this famous setup where white has the two outside passers, but black has the center majority. So does that one extra tempo really help white? And we have a surprise already. g5. Surprise to me, but not to them, because this has been played before. Oh my. That's interesting, because if black had the extra tempo, black would have castled, and then g5 would not be possible. So that is very interesting that g5 is a move here. I think the reason that black can play like this is because when you have such good control over the center, you can take some action on the flank to increase that. So this knight is running out of squares already. g3. That is the first move of the game. New move. And Nadirbek actually played it quite quickly, which makes me think that he's still in his prep. Is he shoring up the h4 square for the knight? Yes. Because that's the only good square for not good, but it is the only square that's not getting in the way of your own pieces, I suppose. And I must say that this knight helps protect the king from h4, h5. So that must be one of the reasons why knight h4, g3 has been played. Bishop e5. Trying to maybe neutralize that one weakness. And also, if they take, the knight gets active. Perhaps want to use those new vulnerable squares. Queen c2, not taking, and maintain the tension. And we have this pretty interesting position. So Ding Liren has been surprised. Interesting. Ding played g5 and took about 10 minutes to think. I believe he was trying to recall his preparation before he committed to this move, but he knows this. But he took 10 minutes to maybe gain composure and make sure he remembered all the details, perhaps, because this is not an opening that you can guess that Nadirbek would play. So this is my hypothesis that Ding knows this, but he took some time. But after g3, my guess is that Ding is now officially out of prep and he's starting to think more. So he's actually down on time now, while Nadirbek is still seemingly in his preparation. So the advantage goes to white. And maybe the positional advantage also goes to white. One thing that I'm concerned for Ding is that he's a bit overextended and he's trading off more pieces. So I'm guessing that when you trade more pieces, these two passers are going to get more and more dangerous. So long term, this must be a golden ticket for white. So he needs to come up with something concrete to pose some problems for Abdusattorov here. And I don't know what that would be. Queen a5 check, someone says in the chat. Yeah, you can play queen a5 check. I'm just going to develop my knight. Knight d2. Maybe knight e4 then? Is that the plan? Just to add some pressure, right? So perhaps I should try something else. Queen a5 check. Is there something else like bishop c3 as a move? Bishop takes c3, maybe even queen takes c3 if I want to avoid the pin. The pin could be dangerous, right? Queen a5, knight d2, knight d4, or otherwise. Worst case scenario for white, he can walk and manually castle. But queen a5 check is an attempt to do something concrete, for sure. Yeah, not sure exactly how to deal with this. Might be king f1. I'll check with the engine here. Queen a5 check. Oh wow. The computer thinks that white actually has no good response. Queen a5 is a very strong move. In fact, so strong that white has to play king f1 or king e2. And white is actually worse after knight e4. So was it a bluff that white has more time than black and he was just playing fast? Hard to believe. He had me fooled there. It was a bluff by Abdusattarov? Why did he play so fast if this is so bad? I'm surprised. I thought he was still in prep and I didn't look at this move, but this does pose some big problems. You can't play 92, 94. It's bad. It's king f1 and white's development is probably bad. Maybe the pawns are going to be targeted big time. Yeah, so I'm a little surprised. He's minus 1.3 and he's used no time. Very, very interesting. So currently, Ding is better in a very complex position that's hard to evaluate. I couldn't get this right. This position is too crazy. Maybe for Deepak as well, just very crazy position. So we'll see. We're going to have to come back to this game. What about the other games in the China-Uzbek match? Let's look at the Wei Yi game. Wei Yi also playing a stellar performance in this tournament. I think he's been on a tear recently, just gaining rating after rating. We have a Nimzo Indian, but 92. Not the most popular line. Bishop d3 being the most popular. Rubinstein variation. White does avoid the double pawn at least. So it's solid, predictable. But then there's this move e4. So black does not want to fix the central pawn position, but white takes that opportunity to actually advance in the center. Black fights anyway, so there's a battle of philosophy here. Massive center versus leading development-ish, right? Because black castled already, so this is still considered development. Even if the bishop on f8, once you castle, I would consider this bishop developed. So black has a lead in development. White has a massive center. They're going to argue who was right. e5, 97. I believe c5 is coming. Busting open the center. And h4. This is modern chess in a nutshell. White doesn't castle and plays h-pawn up. Definitely modern chess in a nutshell. c5. I would be shaking in my boots if I were white, because I need to my whole center is on fire and I haven't castled. My bishop can't develop. And I've played h4. I better show something. Knight c6 is coming. So there must be something that he has prepared. And he shows it. Bishop g5, developing with tempo. And f6. Ben Feingold probably felt that from somewhere. I would think queen somewhere. But maybe problem is the pawn is hanging at some point. Because before, there must be something like knight e5 here. I'll just check. Or yeah, knight e5, knight b6. Some knight e5 cannot be played because d5. But at some point, this queen will do a discard attack. Yeah, c takes d4, and then the whole thing just collapses. But maybe after bishop g5, queen somewhere like c7, c takes d5 now is playable. Queen b6 is actually a pretty strong move as well. But f6 played. Excuse me. F6. We have some more moves. Let me just refresh the board. f6 and then takes. G takes. So black weakens the king for some tempo. Tempo it is. So black has more active pieces. But the king is kind of open. Bishop e3 is the last move. Allowing d takes c4. Maybe white wants to play an ending. Perhaps. What is the answer to d takes c4? It's kind of an important question. Black just grabs the pawn. And now knight d3 check is a threat. There must be some idea. Perhaps it's knight f4 here. Just to open up the bishop and try to get this back. Seems logical. And if white can manage to get the pawn back, then white will catch up in development. Black has a slightly worse structure, open king. So this is what white is hoping for. It's a very complicated position in the Wei game as well. I will check with the engine to see what the eval is. Yeah, 0.2 for white. So it's dynamically balanced. dc4 is the best move. Go to the engine and then knight f4. And then knight e5 and it keeps going. Rook h3. Wow, so many complicated variations. But it seems to be dynamically balanced. We do know that Ding Liren is currently much better against Dirbeck as long as he plays queen a5 check. He's taking a long time though. He might be spooked by white's time usage, but white is probably bluffing. I would be surprised if you prepare a line where you're minus 1.3. Very surprised. Going to the third board, Yu Yang versus Sindarov. And we have another Italian. We've seen this mortar before, and we have a different approach by white here with bishop g5. The pin variation. And then h6, a5. So bishop g5 has pros and cons. The pin is almost eternal after d6. You can't break it without playing g5. This used to be thought as g5 move was dangerous, but the computers have completely dispelled that and shown that even g5 with the bishop on c1 might be a good move. So black players nowadays, they're not afraid of playing g5 at all. But the reason that white plays this is to force a very complicated game. because after g5, it is a very razor sharp position. And the youngsters, they seem to be baiting these kind of positions as a strategy. a3 played to play b4, I assume. Queen e7, very flexible move. And g5 timed just as white castled. Bishop g4. It's a little scary for white because white has castled, black has not. You had to be careful not to get steamrolled here. We have someone in the chat called Push Him Baby. Yeah, that is exactly what maybe black wants to do here. It just gets super complicated here. So h3 played, perhaps to do prophylaxis against h5, h4 stuff. Bishop h5. Now at least black can play h5, but black can play g4. g4, though, is double-edged. Knight h4, knight f5 will be very good for white. So there's some tactics to calculate. g4, knight h4, gh3, which we discard attacks. So should white move the queen away somewhere? Or is h takes g4 completely fine? Or is there a possibility that you can actually allow this to happen and then sacrifice the pawn? Unlikely. Still something to consider. So position should still be kind of balanced. Just a very complicated position. And very rich. Okay. Now we go to the board 4. Okay, we have a much more positional game here. Nimzo Indian Queen C2 variation, I believe. Yes. C5. This is considered to be a third-rate move against Queen C2. D5 and castle being much more popular. It's sharper, for sure. Interesting approach by the Uzbek team. They're really trying to force the positions to be fighting. So this is, some positions like this could be Sicilian-esque because of the c5 move. So white has less kingside development. However, white has more space. Oh, thank you. Someone says that you like the commentary as well as YouTube content. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, feel free to comment, guys, whatever you like. Ask questions. I'm going to be here. It's just me. Tomorrow we have Eric too, so I won't be alone as much, but I'm going to be here for about 5 hours commentating. So we have a lot of time to talk about multiple topics. So I'm here to keep you company. You're here to keep me company. Ask any question you like regarding any chess related question, especially improvement questions if you have it, or related to the Olympiad, of course. Ding play Queen A5. Yeah, we'll come back to the Ding learning game after this. Knight C6, Bishop G5. So the main advantage for white is white has more space, but black gets an imbalanced game with the different structure. Very Sicilian-like. The only difference is E4 has not been played. Rook D1. The reason white plays focus on this is because the pawn on D6 usually is a vulnerable pawn. It's a backward pawn right now, a little bit. So I noticed that sometimes this could be a huge issue, trying to guard the D6 pawn in many ways here. Black tries to get counterplay against vulnerable c4 pawn. And knight d2 protecting it. Very positional game. White should be a tiny bit better. Somehow it feels like black's space problem has not been solved yet. For example, is b4 a threat here? Pushing back the knight, probably. Is d5 a move here? Definitely need to be considered. But there are some issues. d5, maybe b4. Because knight c4, it's pinned. So maybe d5 is not viable here. It's hard to say, because if you go back to c6, then maybe there's some issues related to the d5 pawn falling. I wonder what concrete move there will be here. But this looks a little bit suspicious for black. So I would say white's slightly better. According to the engine, point 2, d5 is playable, but after b4, knight c6, there is no immediate refutation for white. In fact, computer just says move the queen out of the way with point 2 advantage. So technically, it's still playable. Black's solid enough, but you have to calculate to make sure that you're not falling into some tactical trap. So we'll see if board 4 will play d5, or maybe try to play bishop a6. Bishop a6, I should actually look into it because it actually asks questions for white. Queen a4. White asks some questions back. And once again, super complex position here. Okay. What other board should we look at, guys? Ding-Lorenz game again, just before we round this out. Queen a5 check played after a almost 25-minute thought. So Ding found the right move, but he's really low on time. Nederbeck's still playing quickly. So he's much worse. White is much worse. The opening was, according to the engine, a disaster. Still a very complicated position. So Ding must maintain his time and not misstep here. White has issues keeping the pawns protected and developing. Okay. Shall we look at the matchup with Anisha's team? So we have Slovenia, Fedoseev playing Anish Giri. Last match, yesterday's match, Fedoseev defeated Magnus Carlsen with black, which was such a surprise. I saw the game. Magnus was playing really slowly in the opening, got in time trouble, and made a couple of blunders. And I wonder if it's because he felt pressure to not draw the game, because I believe Norway needed a win to tie the match. But still, that was quite surprising to see Magnus in time trouble very early in the game. So Fedoseev on a good run here. Anish playing Queen's Gambit accepted. White got the pawn back. Queen c2, slightly interesting twist. c5. So black wins the pawn back. White has definitely an edge here because of the clear lead in development. If we compare the activity of the pieces, white has just a little bit more than black. The bishop on c8 is the biggest culprit here. But they're Okay, they're not in prep anymore. I wonder where the prep ended. Maybe it was queen c2. That's interesting. Fedosiev has already taken a lot of time. It's only been move 11. But it's a solid position, so no risk for white. This is board 2. Went for East versus Demchenko. Knight c3. That's not so common. The Vienna opening. That is really not common. And f4. The Vienna King's Gambit. What a spicy opening. So now it's a Vienna. There's so many names. Bishop's opening, Vienna game. I think officially this should be Vienna game. And there are some interesting lines in these positions where if black tries to go knight g4, it's actually wrong. And I'm trying to remember why it's wrong. Trying hard here. Maybe just queen e2 here. I know that this looks good, but it could be a mistake. There's some trap here. Yeah, queen e2 is the move here. Okay. There is a move here, second best move, but oh, this is such a complicated position. You allow this. You allow this to happen. You sack the whole rook. Go bishop g5. And then you go knight d5. Oh my goodness. Threatening this, but maybe also threatening some sort of a knight jump to f6 and open up everything. Okay, so let's just say black protects this. Black maybe shouldn't protect it. Yeah, c6. Look at this move. How is that possible? That's an insane line. I thought this wouldn't work because of knight d7. Queen d2, giving up the bishop. And then we get to this line where white is down a rook and a piece, but is still better. Going for mate. Black has to give up a bishop just to fend it off. And this is just extremely crazy stuff. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. And now white is still down material, but won back most of it, and the knight on h1 is trapped. So, as you can see, knight g4 is so complicated. Somebody said in the chat knight g5 was a move. Maybe not in this position. It is a theme. Seems like f5 and queen e2 are the main moves here. So just to show how trappy these positions can be, black avoids it though by playing c6. Yes, after knight g4, the simple move is to play queen e2. So you don't worry about knight f2. Bishop f1 is not so great because king f1. Yes. But if you have a lot of engine prep, you play f5. And then you go into that line if you like to live dangerously. But c6 has been played. Queen e2. I believe the idea is to play bishop e3 and neutralize the bishop. And we have this position. It seems to me that black is not interested in winning any material. In fact, black is okay with even sacrificing material or foregoing the material for activity against and play against the king. Something about this position makes me think that white's more vulnerable now, because as you can see, black focused on opening the position A4 was surprising. Because where does white castle now after A4? Perhaps he couldn't castle anywhere anyway. So A4 is more like a preemptive move to stop the offense on the queen side. This is a huge headache for white. I can't castle and I can't even challenge the bishop. Maybe there's some A5 followed by bishop E3 to destabilize the position here. Yeah, A5 bishop E3 and white is good then. I think that's what we played. I'll check really quickly. Yeah, A5 is good. First H3 is possible too, but this idea of playing 5 then bishop E3 and white is fine. So A4 is fine because of A5 idea. It looks scary for a second, but this is a nice resource. Okay, and then Lemi's game. Another Italian or Spanish with knight C3, which is a less common variation. Lemi continues to sacrifice the E pawn. Now we have a fairly standard position. White probably is a touch better because of the center. Okay, and we have famous streamer Benjamin Bach playing for board 4. I believe this was a Sicilian bishop b5 line. Yes, this is supposed to be good for white. White gets a massive center and the bishop pair. In return, black gets to damage the structure. But I looked at these positions with the engine, and I remember engine showing that white is much better. But white needs to be careful not to allow this some sort of a dark square bind. And black is actually going all in on that, sacrificing a pawn. Very risky play by Bach here, and black too. So black wants to just go for mate. White says, bring it. So we have another huge battle of philosophy here. All right, I just checked with the engine. It says 0.2. Now, that's not a good sign. 0.2 with an extra pawn usually means that black is completely fine and white has to walk a tightrope. Of course, we had to look at the Magnus Carlsen match. You know, when I was setting up the camera, I was saying like, oh my goodness, it's so hard to find Magnus's board. It's way down there, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to scroll really, really far back to board 37. But I did make sure the camera was set up for you guys. So it should switch. Norway versus Moldova. There it is. All right. Once again, for those joining us, good morning or good afternoon. If you're in Europe, good evening. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Happy to commentate for Lichess. We're going into the game Magnus versus Ivan Shitko. And Magnus plays E3. I believe it's the Kali opening. I don't know if the Kali opening is after C3 though. It might be Kali right now. C4. Don't think it's Kali anymore. Maybe it is. C6. So this looks more like a Slav now. It is a Slav. E6. Now this very particular variation of the Slav, you know, what does that look like, guys? The London. The London with the tempo down. So in the London with the tempo down, black hasn't had the opportunity to play h6, or in general, white has more opportunities to combine certain ideas with knight h4. So the reason why white goes into this is because of this knight h4 move, the most ambitious move. The extra tempo came in the form of knight c3, by the way. This makes it harder for black to save the bishop. Bishop e4 played. Temporarily, it's okay because if you take maybe d4, the knight's almost trapped. But f3, bishop g6, this bishop is almost captured. Bishop queen b3 first. Now, it's an interesting nuance here. I believe white wants to first see if the queens will be traded or not. So queen b6, and then you can take, because famously the bishop pair is stronger in the endgame, and also after hg6, white's king side becomes a little vulnerable. So I think white doesn't mind having a trade of queens in many of these positions. But queen b6 is one of the main lines. Queen c7 is another line. Queen c7 played. Now this move maybe makes white hesitate to take on g6. Bishop d2. So white is just taking the sweet time to take the bishop because you don't want to give the open file just yet. And a5. I do remember that one of the main ideas for white is to castle queenside. So I wonder if a5 is a new move. Yeah, it is kind of a new move. Only play 2% of the time. The main move is here, bishop e7. And I have another thing to add. Knight bd7 is a normal move, but a lot of times black wants to keep the option of going knight c6. So if you go knight bd7, c takes d5, and now you can't go knight c6, so c takes d5 makes less sense. Knight's not well placed. And e takes d5, castle. White has fixed the structure, so it can castle a bit more safely now. So bishop e7 is trying to keep the flexibility. So now you wouldn't take because c takes d5, and this knight goes here. And if you castle, maybe there's d takes c4 and then b5 stuff. And I don't know if you want that. The knight g6, hg6, castle, sacrificing a pawn. Not really, because b7 is hanging, but this is one of the lines. Just to contrast that with a5, which is played in the game, maybe it's a way to discourage castling queenside. CD. So after a5, Magnus takes. Clearly, c takes d4 doesn't work anymore because you don't want this weakness here. And I would assume that e takes d5 might be a move, but knight takes d5 play. g3. The reason g3 is played is because it protects the h2 pawn a lot of times. And because bishop d6 is coming. We have a comment in chat says no one wants to play Magnus after he lost. That's a good comment. Magnus is known for coming back with the vengeance. e4. And look at the structure. It's massive. White has a massive space advantage here. And probably will win the bishop pair as well. Is Ivan giving too much to Magnus? You know, because he will use it. b5 and a3. Okay, this is one of those mysterious moves, isn't it? a3. This is beyond my pay grade because I would think that you want to develop your bishop on f1. So why a3, Magnus? And is he even at the board? He's not at the board. I believe Magnus should be the top. Oh, he just sat down. Okay. So I'm curious about a3. Like, why would you play a3 here? Maybe one of Black's plans was to play b4 and then open up the rook. And if you play c4, a4. So it must be prophylactic. Must be prophylactic. He must have thought that this idea is worth stopping. It's not really common to put your pawn, fix your pawn on that color the bishop is looking at, but he must think that b4 is dangerous. Perhaps it activates Black's pieces too soon. So a3 played, bishop e7, and Magnus immediately plays knight g6 because, of course, bishop takes h4 is a threat. Yeah. I'm just curious. I want to check the engine here. The engine says king f2 is the best move. Okay. It doesn't like a3. The engine does not like a3. So maybe it didn't need to be prevented. Bishop e2 is normal. King f2. That is another move that I guess it makes sense because you can't really castle. Your rook needs to be here, I suppose. Because there's too many ideas of sacrificing, so king f2 might be necessary. King f2, bishop e7, and so on and so forth. So Magnus has a big center space, 2 bishops, but he has a lot of vulnerabilities. He could burn a lot of clock time here. So to summarize, he played king f2, by the way, here. To summarize this position, White's has a long-term advantage, but temporarily the position is hard to handle. It's hard to handle. King on f2, Black can still castle, although Black should not castle. Black should leave the rook here. I don't know. I still think, sure, White has all these advantages we talked about, but the fact that the king's on f2 and there's some pressure, there are weaknesses, makes it hard to handle. And the engine says it's equal. G5. G5 gaining space. Maybe preventing h4. I'm not sure, actually. I just want to make it neutral or kind of a very blitz move. Yeah, so castle h4. The king might even be vulnerable. So g5 is just to gain some space. It's also kind of a pass because Black also needs some ideas, and castling might be an idea. He just wants to see what White does here. Maybe now he can castle because h4 is less possible. Connect the rooks, a4, rook b8, could be ideas. So very rich position, but objectively Magnus has no advantage here. Okay, we should go to the women's section. Let's take a quick look at the standings here. So today's match that we're going to focus on. Let's see. Hope the switches and camera is in. We have Georgia versus Kazakhstan. Okay, guys, are there boards in the women's section that you want me to focus on, please let me know in the chat. I should look at YouTube chat as well. Is YouTube chat popping right now? Definitely gonna look at that. So let me know, guys. Yeah, I'm looking at YouTube chat too now. So first board, Georgia versus Kazakhstan. We have a King's Indian. H3 variation, which is very, very topical. And black plays knight bd7 and e5. I don't think this is actually common. They play without knight bd7. Castle, bishop e3. This is the main line. That's the line. And even moves like a6 can be played at c6. So this particular order is actually not so common. Yeah, so this is definitely something new that black is trying here. Yeah, this is very, very novel. Black is trying to trade off the currently slightly bad bishop for white's good bishop. Takes a lot of time and investment. Probably going to walk the king to g7. There it is. Now black tries to maybe take action on the queen side. So it's some interesting opening idea from Bibisara. But she did spend a lot of time to trade that bishop off. Maybe it's worth it. It's a close position after all. But just be careful not to play f4 too soon. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of f4, h4. Let me just make a move for black just to show this idea. Let's say I pass here. I pass with some move, I don't know, rook b8 or something. And I play f4 as white. It's the best move accordingly. But I was thinking of h4. And if you take, I can take. Now I won this e5 square and it's equal. But the engines are saying h4, full steam ahead, f5. And we get a space advantage. We start to attack the position. And we also, more importantly, don't allow that trick with takes on f4. So white is better. So overall, and that actually leads us to this move, h4, which is literally what we were talking about earlier, but basically preventing or trying to discourage this move because you take this. Now the funny thing is f5 is still possible, but it's slightly different because what black can play maybe knight h5. Still playable, but h4 needs to be played now to kind of discourage this f4 idea. You can also play this and knight c5. Different approach here. So interesting line by Busara. I don't know if she will play this again. This seems like one of those one-off ideas. You try something new, but if your opponent knows how to fight this strategy, you're not going to repeat this again. And rook e8 played. That is not the direction I was looking for. It seems like she wants to fight against the f4 move, but I'm just wondering, can white play f4 anyway here? Is there a tactic? I doubt it. Yeah, I don't understand this rook e8 move. I'll check. Yeah, f4, white's +1. There's no tactic. White's just +1. Maybe the idea is to take, and then pressure the pawn. This just feels wrong, right? Does black want to go crazy with the pawn break? b5? I mean, humanly, maybe there's some ideas. Still doesn't feel like it should work. There's also this queen d4 move, which would just completely pin everything. So there's no tricks with knight takes e4 or anything, because the moment you pin me, first of all, I can even go queen e4. But just to show, there are easy ways to unpin the file at any time. So I don't know. Maybe black is going wrong here. Yeah, so rook e8 is a mistake. After f4, white is better. What about the Indian team? Here we have Vaishali on board 1. The cameras are working. China. Another, Grunfeld. Grunfeld is a Sicilian of d4. So black is undermining the center. White is trying to shore it up with bishop e3, bishop g4, continuing to undermine the center. White plays queen a4. Now the position gets very concrete. All right, white managed to ease some pressure and damage the structure. And I believe white is going to let black damage the king side. So in return for this damaged position, white might win a pawn. But the position can quickly peter out into some sort of equality. White is not interested in winning this cooked pawn. So white is actually trying to create initiative against the king. Hard to believe though. Queen d3, preparing bishop c3. This forces white to trade queens. So we're going to get a situation probably where white will win a pawn, but black will be super active, and the position will be a draw. Some endgame, rook endgame or something. Very likely. The black has more activity, and if you lose this pawn, then black has a better structure too. So this should be a draw, I think. This is kind of feels like it's going to a draw. Yeah, queen takes d4. White is plus 0.5. But this, I think it's in the margin of the draw that I was talking about. Okay, I had to castle king e2 first. But 0.5 in a very simple position. Perhaps there's some ideas like back rank. There's even f5. I underestimated this. Computer thinks that I can actually attack the king. So there must be some care here. Why not? Why not? Why play a5 though? I can play rook b2. Yeah, something like this. Okay, white can make some threats against the king, but black should have enough resources to create counterplay. I predict this game would be a draw. And the second board, Divya Deshmukh versus Shikuni. Pardon me if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Petrov. Knight c3, which is the fighting variation, where white castles queenside and black castles kingside usually. White is already trying to prepare a hook for the attack. Perhaps black will not castle kingside then. Knight d4, white fixes the pawn structure. Maybe threatens to play d5, get more space. Black stops that. And we have this current position. It seems like white is better here. White's king is safer. White has more development. This pawn, yeah, it's hard to say where black will go. Castle queenside is a possibility. It's a little concerning. Queen a5. There's b6. Perhaps black can get away with that. It is white's turn, though. White should be slightly better here. Arjun has a good position. Okay, so we can go to board 1 then. It has been a while, right? Let's go to board 1 in the open section. All right. So, hopefully the board loads. There it is. We left off in this position, and Gukesh actually took 15 minutes to take the pawn. So he is definitely out of book, and he avoids going into the line of castle dc4, where there's no more queen a4 because of b5, and Gukesh might be down a pawn for compensation. So I think the decision to take the pawn is a good one. Fabi immediately plays bishop b4 check. He knows this. Yes, indeed, it's a massive matchup. Knight c3, two players who are performing excellent. I think both are undefeated. I wish I could just, maybe someone in the chat can tell me what is Fabiano's points. I know Gukesh is probably 7.5 out of 9. Are they both 7.5 out of 9? But they're playing out of their minds here, especially Gukesh. Gukesh might be 8 actually. Gukesh has played one less game. 7 out of 8. That's very impressive. Bishop g5, 8-6. He skipped the first game, so 7 or 8. Okay. Arjun played all 9 games. And is Arjun at 8 out of 9? That's even better than 7 out of 8. By the way, we can notice something here. The way that Gukesh is approaching this position, very safe. Very safe. Trading the bishop for the knight. More trades. No bad pieces. Because in this structure, in the Catalan, famously, the dark squared bishop is the piece that needs a home. And I don't think he felt, for some reason, he didn't feel comfortable putting it on f4. He was okay to part with it. So you don't have to worry about it. Plus, we should probably emphasize that this is the structure that black wants. So getting rid of the knight exacerbates the problem of the d5 pawn. So in the future, this is going to be a headache for Fabi. And one more thing I realized is that you might also have to watch out for some e4 break, and then some sort of a e4 takes e5, some sort of an in-between move, and you get a big center. I suspect Fabiano was probably worried about something like this. He took the knight. So, for example, can you play bishop e6, the normal move here, right? Or queen d8, another normal move, but bishop e6 seems like the most normal move. There must be something wrong with it. I think it might be e4 here. Takes e5 or queen b3. Let's check. e4. Okay. e4 is a move. Oh, suddenly the engine says, you know what? Not so fast. e4 takes e5. Yeah, plus 0.5 if this has happened. d4, knight e4. Queen d8. Black is somehow okay. Although this is kind of scary to have an open center. Doesn't seem like white can do anything about it though. Okay. Queen b3 is another move. Pressuring the bishop and the pawn. And might transpose. So, Fabi didn't want to go for any of that. He just took the knight. I think he also wants to keep the bishop here for now, because maybe it protects the b-pawn. Although the rook's doing the same thing. Maybe it all transposes. Knight d2 by Gukesh. Is he trying to play something like e4? Or is he trying to play something like e3 and c4? Because that's the two ways to transform the structure. Or is he trying to do something completely different? I guess we're going to find out. Knight e7. Fabi wants to do the Carlsbad kind of c6 stuff. Just curious. I want to see what the move for bishop e6 is. e4. Bishop e6 was perfectly logical move. Knight e7 might be a slight mistake because Fabi is neglecting development. Gukesh goes e3, consolidating the position. I think this move is hinting at c4. Now you might be wondering, why does Gukesh want to play c4 instead of e4? Because of the following reason. When you play c4, you get clear pressure against the c file. And in conjunction with the b file and the bishop, this is a much nicer structure to have. When you play e4, sorry, you don't get the c file, and you have another pawn island. So c4 is a structurally better break. You have this pawn continent and one isolated pawn, which doesn't really, not a big deal. But if you play e4, you have a little bit more vulnerabilities. So I think this is the reason why Gukesh plays e3. He wants to c4 break. And Fabi plays bishop e6, which maybe makes me think he wants to discourage this move, c4. Queen a4, hitting the pawn. c4 is not possible anymore because b5 would be a fork at some point. a6, now definitely not c4. So e4. So it is a bit of a disappointment, I think, for Gukesh that he couldn't play c4. And just to show if this is right, if Fabi played c6, yeah, c4 is a very strong move, which gives white a 0.4 advantage. So bishop e6 essentially kind of stops it. Rook c1 could have been played, but Gukesh played queen a4 instead. I hope that this queen is not going to be too misplaced here. We have a comment. Wait, I like how somebody plays with their eyebrows when they're under stress. Which player are we talking about? Yeah, there's a lot of behaviors during a game like that you don't even realize you're doing. Actually, that's a good segue. Ivanchuk does the eyebrow thing. Oh. Do you guys have any other recollection of other players who have some idiosyncrasies, you know, when they're playing chess, but they don't realize? Hikaru looks at the ceiling. Or expressive. Nodirberg does a breakdance. I don't know about that, sir. Yeah, you don't want to do anything bad, although it would be distracting. When I play tournaments, I can remember some annoying things that my opponent did. Yeah, I'm not gonna name any names, but there was some stories for sure. Like I think I was playing some kid, and the kid was literally running around. Like he would make a move, and then he would leave the board, and he's like a FM. And then I remember he just runs back to his board after I made a move, like just sprinting back to the board. There was another kid who almost a GM, just staring at me, just staring, like this, and it wasn't. And when I look back, he doubled down, so he would double down and do this on my time. doubling down on the stare down. And then I remember in that game, I'm like, okay, you're gonna stare me down. What if it's your turn and I look at you? But then I couldn't contain my laugh, and I think we were both like laughing. I don't think he does it in a with malice. It's just like it's just funny. But I'm trying to focus here. I'm trying to focus on the game. Yeah. So I tried maybe trying to stare back during his turn, but it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. So yeah, many things. Hikaru tried to find his mouse in a real game. I can believe that. I think I've seen clips of him reaching for a mouse. But maybe he's reaching for a score sheet, actually. Yeah, some people have a smoke break. They come back smelling like smoke. That's, I guess, not too big of a deal. There are a few other ones I cannot even mention. I can't mention them. Anyway. I wonder if any of the top players have some specific. I mean, Hikaru, we talked about. Magnus, I don't think so. Magnus shows his emotions. Yeah, he does show his emotions for sure. You can tell he takes it on himself when he makes a mistake. He's never angry at the opponent, but he definitely takes it on himself. Okay, so e4 break played. I again was mentioning how this is a break that you don't. Your favorite break is c4. This is the, I don't know, your second favorite break. Or your backup break. This is your favorite son. That's your second favorite son. Okay. E4. It still gives small 0.2 advantage to white. Probably because if you take, knight comes pretty fast with tempo. So still a good thing for white. C5. Fabi's not interested in giving that knight jump and plays c5. Wow. We can see the camera angle. It looks like Fabi's only focused on the knight. He's just looking at the knight. And the knight's looking back at Fabi. They're both looking at each other. Yeah, c5 is very interesting. Very sharp move. So I'm guessing that if you take, the queen takes c3 is the reason why he's not going to play dc5. e5 is possible, but then it closes the center. There's also all these weaknesses we should talk about. So queen a3. Ah. So if cd, Gukesh has the trap. I think, is it e5? Queen g5, knight f3. I think so. So cd, e5. Is queen a3 some brilliant... Yes, it is nice. Did Fabi miss this move? That's a really nice tactic by Gukesh. So this immediately puts some pressure on the pawn, protects your own pawn. Now, queen takes c5 as a threat, and d takes c5 as a threat. So if Fabi plays rook c8, I'm assuming Gukesh is going to grab the pawn. So it's almost like a double attack on the pawn now. So let's just look at rook f8 for a second. I just want to see. So you take, and you're fine. Everything's protected. Yeah, you're taking, you're fine, you're better. So the best move for Fabiano is b6 here. But this is a bit of a sad move to play. You weaken the a6 and you spend another tempo. So c5 lost a bit of oomph after queen a3. Very good find by Gukesh. Now, again, this doesn't fully protect the pawn, but I'm assuming that there's some trick where there's a skewer. But tactically, the tempo's on white. So there might be, is it possible to play e5 and then grab the pawn? So like e5, queen g6. If I take, I'm kind of scared of queen c2. Queen c2 is annoying. This is actually kind of a thing. Don't know if this is right. Yeah, so computer says e5 is a move and queen a6 is a move, but I thought queen c2 was dangerous. The computer says to go here, allow black to take, and then do another attack on the queen. And this goes into some long variation where white actually gets the pawn. So white's up a pawn, but black has some compensation. It looks like white's up a pawn, but apparently black has compensation. Humanly, this is not I don't think Fabiano will do anything like this because this looks bad for black. But b6 on the board. So Gukesh could try that line we talked about, right? Grab the pawn and it kind of goes into a weird direction. But there is no threat from Fabi because the same thing here. So he could play rook e1. Other useful moves as well. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna. So Fabiano actually has an opportunity to force things here. Excuse me, Gukesh has opportunity to force it into this line. He can also maintain the position. I'm just curious to see what happens after something like rook here. Oh my goodness, I just saw a move that was like shocking. c4. What a move. You're gonna play d5. Something is gonna land on d5. Wow. Wow. That's one heck of a move. Somebody's going to d5. White's like, I don't care who. Someone's breaking through, all right? And then you win the pawn back. Or you go this way, you're winning. That's a fantastic move, c4. Easy to miss. It's not the best move, actually. Because d4, g5, maybe black can hold this. But just to show that there's actually some resources that are very, very hidden beneath the surface here. So why not c4 right now for Gukesh? Can you do that right now? It's playable. It's playable, just not as effective. It is playable indeed. Oh, there is one reason why it's a little bit less playable because of the fork. Oh my goodness. So that's why rook e1 is played? One of the reasons is down the line when you have this line, you don't get forked. This is like 3000 level chess, I think. Okay. So there's some ideas of so Gukesh he can grab a pawn, he can build up to some sort of tricks. c4, few options here. So currently the position is b6. Very exciting game right now. There's still so much that could happen, but I think we should move on to the Prague game. And I believe we left off here, and I was mentioning how White's plan is to like rook a2 and then rook e1, knight f1 to kind of neutralize the kingside initiative that Prague will put on Wesley, and then White will hope to attack on the queen side. So we see rook a2 already. And now no rook e1, actually knight c4, so perhaps the rook should stay here. this is actually different. White actually tries to balance both offense and defense with b5. And knight c4 prevents knight a5 as well. I was concerned about some sacrifices, but apparently okay, so one of the ideas of knight c4 is that there's bishop f4 at any time. So for example, queen g6, I just take the knight. Right now you got to worry about this too. And rook a2 also a very useful move because it takes. Bishop takes f2 was an idea when the rook was on a1. But now, no longer an idea. So rook a2 is a fantastic move that any Italian player should know in this structure. So this is nice by Wesley. Knight f4, b5, knight b8. So as I was mentioning earlier, there are some ideas to play queen g6. And then bishop takes f4 becomes forced. King h2 played though. Maybe queen g6, g3 becomes an idea here. Yes. Bishop f4 is also fine, but g3 becomes an idea because the h3 pawn is protected now. Knight e7 and g3. Okay, so we see the idea of king h2 now, which is to protect the pawn. Interesting. I'm just curious. Queen f7 was possible. If you really want to prevent g3, queen f7 is possible. There must be some downside to this move. d4, another break. So white has some interesting ways to improve the position. So knight e7, g3, knight g6. Takes, opening some squares. King g2 consolidating. I wonder if Wesley could have held off on taking, because doesn't black get the file now? Could you have played king g2 first? Yeah, king g2 first is fine according to Stockfish. I'm a bit worried that black can just get the file. Yeah, rook b8. Perhaps it's not such a big deal, but he could have waited. I don't know what he was scared of. Right? He could have maybe d5. Not sure. He could have waited. So currently the position is here. White has maybe a touch more space on the queen's side. It's hard to say who's better here. Definitely it's hard to say. So it's probably close to equal. 0.2. Yeah, I don't think Prague is unhappy about this. Yeah, I wonder if Wesley's idea to play king h2 and g3, eject the knight. This was not the only approach. So he spent a lot of time to get the knight out of there. 1, 2, 3 moves. But now the king side is a little bit more vulnerable. You got to spend the time to create some initiative on this in the center, for example, right? So black is fine here. Yeah, there was another approach for sure. There was another approach. King h2. For example, bishop takes, rook takes, b6. That's an interesting approach. I'm sure there's another approach too. Rook e1, d4 maybe. Yeah, or rook e1 first and then play for d4. Interesting. So the Gukesh is slightly better against Fabi. Prague game is about equal. And we're gonna look at Arjun Ergaisi's game. I think the opening was interesting, but it was probably a tiny bit better. The main problem for Dominguez was the bishop on b7. Isn't there some parallels here? In Gukesh's game, there was these 2 pawn breaks, e5 and c5. We have a comment from Master Chess Dojo. Shout out to Master Chess Dojo. If the US can survive or prevail against India, they deserve a medal. Yeah, of course. This is a very almost equal matchup. The Indian team is much younger, but their average rating is 2760. And one of them is playing for the World Championship. And another one is almost 2800. And having 3000 level performances. However, Fabiano is holding it down. I think Lemon is also having a decent tournament. Wesley and Dominguez are veterans. So they definitely have experience by their side. E5 played. In another very, very complex position, Arjun's structure is much better than Dominguez's. The king, though, is more vulnerable. However, the absence of the bishop makes it hard for black to use this. And the pawn weakness. So black is still under some pressure here. Some trades happening. I must stress that the trades are good for white in these positions. 100%. 100% good for white. So black's position looks very bad. That is why black just played, it's 0.6, black has to play this move. Trying to do something concrete. Basically, just letting this pawn go if need be. So does it actually work for black? Where does this rook go? What's the big idea? So rook c3, for example, what is the idea? How do you protect this? Not sure. Bishop c4, there's knight b6, b3, can't be that. Knight e4, I just take, can't be that. Bishop e5 looks so flimsy. It'd be surprising if bishop e5 is more. I mean, I can just take on c6 with my knight, but there's some weird stuff with knight e4. Okay, Arjun plays rook b3, not rook c3. So I don't know why he didn't play rook c3. It must be some move, maybe bishop b5. And somehow Dominguez keeps things together tactically. I can take, but then the pawn structure improves, of course. If I take this, there was some sort of... Yeah, let me just check. Yeah, it's bishop c5. Bishop b5. Knight takes c6, knight e4, and white is kind of hanging everything. And if knight b5, white does get the nice file. But black hopes that the file is just punching air. And at least the structure is better. So this is... I would say the fact that black has to rely on such a thing is not a good sign. And Arjun says, yeah, I see your idea, your only idea, and I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you. And I'm going to do another way. So white is much better here. Okay, there's one move here. Only one move for Dominguez that keeps it from going out of control. Plus one is knight d7, which she will probably find. But what is happening? Queen takes c6. And rook fc8. It's a blunder. No, sorry. Sorry, how does this work? Oh my goodness. You had to do this and bishop f1? Hold on. Hold on. You sack a queen in knight e5. And then g5? No way. And then bishop h3? King here. Knight g4. Mate in 3 now. Knight f2 check. Knight e4 check. Fork mate. That's a trap. Off. So knight d7. Allow this. And you sack the queen, but you must play this move because this rook needs to be here. And then you... I thought the queen was protected. That's why I said rook c8 is fine. You can win a free rook. But I realized the queen is hanging. And the only way for white to not lose is to give back the queen. And then white has compensation. If you go king f4, you lose after g5. My goodness. That is one of the nastiest traps I've seen. Okay. So Dominguez has to find this idea. I don't know. You know, there's this chance that he might find it. Here's why he might find it. If everything else is terrible, you'll be forced to look for desperate solutions like that. Now, that's basically the premise here. Everything else is terrible. He'll look to find some tricks. So another thing is Arjun may have not seen this sequence when he played rook b3. Or maybe he still saw it and felt that he's not going to take the pawn. He'll find something else. He can play knight b6, for example. And another weird move, c5. Okay, no way. This is really bad for Dominguez. The way to try to not completely lose the pawns, you need to find some very, very engine-like moves. You gotta find knight d7, and if after knight b6, you gotta play c5. So he might end up just playing something like bishop b5 and sack the pawn or something. He might play something like knight g4 and give up the pawn. Try to get some play. There might be something like this. He tries something to be down a pawn, but you have some play. I think Dominguez might also look for something like that to bail a little bit. But the more I look into this, the more it seems like Black's path is very narrow. So India has chances on board 3 big time. Board 4, Levon game, very drawish. Italian. By the way, I mentioned how the bishop on b6 could be hit with this knight on c4 earlier. And that indeed happened. Black spent a tempo with bishop a7. Yes, chat. You can ask questions. Absolutely. I encourage discussion in the chat. So VD's playing extremely solid. And more pieces are becoming exchanged. And I would be very surprised if Black is worse here because there are two weaknesses. They kind of cancel each other out. So this game, yeah, 0-0. 0-0. So from my vantage point, India has more chances now because Arjun Ergaisi's game looks like he's putting a lot of pressure. The weighted game is board 4 is heading to a draw. Prague game is balanced, but things can happen. And Gukesh is slightly pressing Fabi. By the way, in the Gukesh game, Fabi played b6, and Rook b1 was played instead of e5 or Rook e1. It seems like a decent move. There's no threat. There's no c takes d4 because e5 wins a piece. So white is not under any threat at the moment. And Rook b1 just pressures the pawns even more. Poland, Germany, the women's team. Absolutely. Okay. We have a request from the chat. Do I support India or America? I have no horse in this race. I just want to say good match. I'll try to be unbiased as possible. So let's go to the request here. Poland, Germany. Okay, let me take a look at the quick standings in the women's section. So Kazakhstan with 16 points, India 15. Then we have a huge 11-way tie or 12 big tie. Don't know how many, 8 people at 14. So yeah, all these matchups are very important. So Poland versus Germany next. Let's take a look. Board 13. All right. I don't know if we have camera for this one. We don't, unfortunately. All right. We have a, bishop f4. Never seen that against e6. It's transposed into a Queen's Indian. Yeah, Queen's Indian, which transposed again into some sort of a Queen's Gambit. Sometimes it does. Black trying to take advantage of that peculiar bishop f4 move with knight takes d5. Definitely black is trying to take advantage of the bishop on f4. Now also trying to take advantage of the slight lead in development. And currently we have this position. White managed to catch up. There was a move where white actually kind of sacked it, but not really. And we have this pretty standard-ish position. Looks like white may have a tiny advantage, but it's very, very minimal. I would say it's symbolic because of the rooks being connected and perhaps slight options to play moves like b4, gaining some space. Then maybe a little bit better knight. So white is probably like 0.2 better here. It says 0.4. Okay. White slightly better. Alina Kashlinskaya. And we have the second board. Monica Sochko versus Elizabeth Pates. Okay. Knight f3, g3. Okay, I play this line with white all the time. And this transposes to an English. And this is the hedgehog. Not necessarily. If you play d6, it becomes hedgehog. It's something else right now. So black is not interested in playing passively. Just wants to clarify everything. Queen b8 is trying to just clarify everything, equalize. White wants to maintain some pressure with knight e5. Game gets a little complicated, but black is interested in only neutralizing white, and that is actually also being successful at it. And okay, so black tried their best to neutralize. White might have a small advantage though, because there was slight concession. Knight d5, maybe e4, and queen takes d8 was an issue. Yeah, that was a problem. So e takes d5. Now d4 is a move. It's a nice move because this, once you play d4, you actually get to pressure the e pawn. You get away from the diagonal as long as you can keep the pawn safe. White is not interested in having this pawn live here for too long. However, I wonder if this pawn is protected tactically. Black thinks so. And white protects the pawn. And now this pawn is actually hanging. Okay, so black tried to equalize in the opening. White managed to put some pressure and extract a concession. Black is trying to make sure that the concession doesn't lead to a loss of a pawn in the game. And there's a huge question here. How do you protect this pawn? Not sure. It doesn't look like there's an easy way to protect the pawn. Maybe black will sacrifice the pawn and play like rook d4 and try to get some play going. Yeah, but it's not enough. White is better here. Yeah. Oh, there's one move I didn't mention. d3 is a move, but it doesn't work. But knight e4 is a move. Okay, that's a move. I should have seen that. What it does is it actually gets rid of the bishop. Gets rid of the bishop. So after trades, tactically, this pawn is still protected. So knight e4 is smart. Very smart move. Now white has an interesting retort. Queen f4, which basically puts more pieces hanging. And now there's two pieces hanging. But black can just about hang on with this move. But what makes that move hang on? Knight takes a2. But I would think knight takes a2 is rook a4. But rook a4, knight c1, and black is barely managing to keep the material balance just by winning the pawn back. And if you do this move, white does maybe win a pawn, but black doesn't care anymore because these kind of rook end games, I mean, black's probably better in this position, even though white's up a pawn. So white will not take the pawn. But we can see these kind of drawing mechanisms of just trying to go to a position where maybe you can be down a pawn but hold somehow. So knight e4, queen f4 this is a nice sequence where white can still push black here. What about playing queen d3 after knight e4? Good question. Queen d3, to me, it feels a little bit slow because the main threat was to play knight c3, right? This is kind of an uncomfortable move. So the knight is putting too much pressure. And also note that h6 was so useful because there's no back rank threats now. Sorry, I meant to do this. There's no back rank threats, which is probably why also h6 was played. So after this, maybe even rook e8 is possible. Because if you take with check and it's a draw. And I can't imagine that king f1 is was one of the moves, but I mean it seems like there's some pressure here. But perhaps queen d3 is playable. There's also knight c5, I should mention. and some sort of repetition possible. Or knight e6. Whoa. That was like magic, right? Knight e4, knight c5, knight e6. Suddenly, black did it with free tempos all around. So that's why this is just more forcing than anything else. Because black doesn't have time to hit anything here. Then we have another game, board 3. Another knight of 3. I think this is called a Neo-Catalan, because Catalan means you play d4 and c4. Neo-Catalan means you play d4 later, or maybe not at all. So not at all. Black gets to play bishop b7. This is considered a huge victory for black, because black managed to develop the bishop and challenge the Catalan bishop. So the opening went extremely well for Josephine here. No problems at all. Some trades though, and yeah, the trades make it easier for white to try to pressure the pawn, but I don't know. This could be a strength. I don't think white achieved anything in this game. This is probably more of a strength than a weakness. Yeah, black is slightly better here. And finally, the last board in the Poland match. Scotch opening. We haven't seen that in a while. And the Mises variation. This is one of the sharpest variations in e4, e5, where white is not interested in protecting the pawn. White just wants to attack the knight, and this kind of snowballs into some extremely strange moves. Queen e7, pinning the pawn. Queen e2, unpinning the pawn. Knight d5. Then we have moves like c4 coming in. And all kinds of weird stuff that I had a game against a grandmaster, and last tournament I played, I was black, and I remember I used to have like 90% of my time in the opening just to understand what was going on here. And the game was a draw. I was winning, but because it was such a complicated position, both players made mistakes. But these are one of the most complicated games and complicated openings in chess, because the positions are very irrational. So, okay, white sacrificed pawn, but of course c5 is hanging. And we have this current position. Oof, queen's on d1. So I'm just getting exhausted from looking at this position. It's so weird. Looks like black's winning. So white made a mistake here somewhere. I think the whole not castling thing might be the issue, right? Yeah, the whole not castling thing. So white opted to go into a crazy line and then fell on their own sword in a sense this game. Could have castled, but invited complications that could not navigate themselves. Okay, let's go back to the open section. By the way, guys, let me know if there's any particular games you want to check out. How about we go to the Magnus game, because we haven't checked that in a while. Also, I probably should take a break because I've been commentating for a couple hours now. So Magnus game, and then we'll take a break. We left off after king f2, mentioning how the position is objectively equal, but harder to handle for white. Although long term, it can't be good for white because of the bishop pair space. G5 played, but this was a good move because it allows black to castle without worrying about an h4, h5 attack in general. This gains space. Also maybe prevents bishop f4. Many, many good things about this move. And b6, black improves the knight. Magnus improves the king. And now black doesn't castle. Plus king f8. Now Magnus suddenly switches to rook f1. Is he trying to play f4? He's trying to double and play f4, I think. Uh-oh. I have a fear for Ivan here. His last couple of moves, he played knight b6, knight here, and king g8, king f8, king g8. So, just the last 4 moves have been very productive for Magnus. And black just drifted a little bit. I think someone in the chat, Brennan, shout out to you. You said that black doesn't have a clear plan. Maybe you were right. I'm not sure. It seems like black didn't have a clear idea, and it's just kind of waiting for Magnus to do something. And Magnus is like, okay, I guess I'll improve my rooks. But if black waits too long, white might start to open the position and the bishops can come alive, the rooks can come alive. Something feels like a missed opportunity somewhere. Also, there's something I should say. The fact that black didn't castle, I get it, the rook is active, but if the action is somewhere else, the rook is actually misplaced. Magnus is +1 now. I think king f8 might be a big mistake. Yeah, king f8 was a mistake. The best move was e5. And then knight c4. So sacrifice a pawn and sacrifice another pawn. Because then you get rook b2 check. Oh. Okay. That is very interesting, isn't it? Of course, you know how to take. So black actually was indecisive, and now Magnus is suddenly much better. All right. Well, it's been about over 2.5 hours. I think I'm going to take a break, get some tea. You guys maybe stretch, get some drinks too. You know, we're going to come back. And when we come back, we're going to go back to the India versus USA game. Don't go anywhere, guys. About 10 minutes, we'll be back. Goodbye for now. Okay, I think we are back, guys. Yes, we are. And hopefully everything is working here. We're going to switch to the Gukesh versus Fabiano game. I just tried to update the break boards because there were a few moves behind. Hopefully it's fixed now. But anyway, we are back. Cameras are working. Everything is working. Thank you for being here, guys. If you're new here, let me know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and also what matches you want me to focus on, or if there's something crazy happened on any of these 100 boards, let me know. By the way, we have a result. Ding Liren and Nodirbek has drawn the game, which we will come back to. So that's the first result. As we know, Ding was better, but somehow the game became a draw. So curious to see how that happened as well. Anyway, last time we checked in the Gukesh game, he found this nice Queen A3 move, which was putting pressure on Fabi's pawn and Fabi in general because of this tactic on knight. Fabi tried to hold everything together with B6. Gukesh increasing the pressure with the rook B1 move. And finally, Gukesh decided to grab this pawn. I think he did this now because there is a pressure on the other rook, which probably makes Black hesitant to go for rook c8. I wonder if bc5, would Gukesh first take the rook and then take the pawn? I'm curious what his plan was for bc5. I'm actually want to check it right now. In fact, bc5 was the best move according to the engine, and then trade, queen c5, and rook c8, queen d6. This prevents queen takes c3 because the knight's hanging. And if rook takes, oh wow, the same e5 idea might be possible, or even better, this pawn. And there's a check on d8 to tactically make this work. Otherwise, Black wins back the pawn, but the check on d8. So there's a long line here that probably Gukesh calculated to trade the rooks first, which makes the queen a little safer to hang out in the opponent's camp. Now, Fabiano did not go into this. He instead played another counter punch with d4. Okay. We need to actually like stop and take a look at what's going on here, because you take a pawn and then Black sacks another pawn. Okay, so the main threat is to take this, so it's not an issue. The reason why Fabiano played d4, I think it's to just activate the queen. So if you take, suddenly there's a fork on the knight and the pawn. Now, Gukesh actually played c4 here. So essentially, he's just defending his pawn while keeping the queen at bay. He's still up a pawn, and he wants to hold on to it. At the same time, not allowing counterplay from Black. So, currently, White is up a pawn. And the critical move must be takes, which has not been played. Oh, Fabiano played something a little bit unexpected. Queen g5. An unexpected fork. Now the pawn is under attack. So now Gukesh needs to guard this. And also guard this. Interesting. So how does White actually react to this? f4 is a move. f4 pretty much forces some sort of an endgame. So let's look at f4. Rook takes b6 is just in the chat. But how does rook takes is guard the knight though, right? We need to guard the knight somehow. Now Gukesh plays rook d1, not f4. I was thinking f4. The engine likes knight b3, but this gives up this pawn. f4 apparently is just equal. Okay. Rook fd1, played by Gukesh, is also equal. Queen c5, and now white can either trade queens or grab another pawn. If you grab another pawn, I guess Gukesh's pieces are maybe a little bit sidelined. Still very complicated. So it seems like Fabi somehow found some interesting ways to maintain the counterplay going. Queen g5 was a nice move. Yeah. So another thing I should point out here is that Gukesh is down to 14 minutes. And he needs to make 20 moves to get the 30-minute increment. And Fabian has more time. Okay, so it looked like Gukesh was in the driver's seat. But the last few moves has started to turn the tables a little bit, where at least black seems to be pretty much fine now. Yeah, they have 30-second increment, but honestly, it's not much. Because you got to make a move, you got to write down the move, and by the time you do that, it's 15 seconds have already gone. And there's another thing of inertia. If you start a classical game and you're in a mode of like thinking classical style, and then suddenly you have 5 minutes left, it's hard to switch into blitz mode. It is very common. You can't switch to blitz mode from classical mode that easily. There's inertia. Very common. Yes, they have to write down the moves even if they're below 5 minutes if they have 30-second increment. That's the rule. If there is no increment, you don't have to write down your move. So current position, rook fd1. I'm assuming Fabi will take with queen, and then the position is very complex. But it seems like the main issue for Gukesh is that his own pawns have started to become vulnerable, and the pawn that he's going to win is the a6 pawn, which is not that amazing. So that's the position. Let's make a round to go to the Prague game. So this was also equal. d5 played by Prague. That is a fighting move. So it seems like black is saying, I want to get some play too here. Attacking this pawn. Suddenly, is it just me or looks like Prague is better? Because he played d5, he started putting pressure. Queen is on c6 now. Looks like Wesley's on the defensive here. He's still holding everything together. Rook f7, maybe eyeballing some sort of rook d7 or rook f8. There's knight h5, knight f4, fork ideas. C takes d5. To me, it seems like Wesley's suddenly on the defensive. And Prague has improved his pieces more. And this is the current position. Yeah, I think Wesley is kicking himself for playing this g3, king g2, instead of grabbing the knight and maybe going for this b6 idea or d4 immediately. He might have played it a little bit too slow, and suddenly those moves that were spent to kick the knight out white was behind, and suddenly black used that tempo to reorganize the pieces and start to put pressure on white's position. The engines are saying that white is still fine, but it seems to me that psychologically, practically speaking, the person with the more vulnerable king and slightly unusual piece placement, a computer can play with any unusual piece placement, but this feels much more naturally placed than white's pieces. Therefore, the patterns and the moves are easier for Prog to find. But the setup for white is a little bit weirder. I mean, there's a knight on h2. It's a little bit more natural to play for Wesley. And this time situation, he has 12 minutes for 14 moves. So it's still equal, but things can go wrong for white here. Things can go wrong for white. So, yeah, looks like Prague is in good shape here. The Indian team is doing quite well. Gukesh did lose his a little bit of his advantage, but it seems like Fabiano didn't trade queens, so the position is still very sharp. Fabiano could have tried to trade queens, but what he plays is very natural. So let me take stock of this position here. This pawn is hanging, but this pawn is vulnerable. This pawn is pretty strong. It does look a bit scary for black because he might, there's this f5 stuff happening. Some of these pawns are vulnerable, but apparently there's some saving move for black, and I know what it is now. The idea for black is to get somehow some sort of a counterplay with some tricky queen e2 rook trade stuff. So for example, you have to play this move, and now the knight's vulnerable. You have to play this move, and now there's a fork on, or there's a double attack on this. So the bishop doesn't go somewhere bad. It still keeps its spot, and then this can lead to some really weird lines, apparently, where white is saddled with the bad bishop, can be up material. Yeah, this is great, but this is very hard to find for Fabi. And we might go into this line, by the way. Gukesh actually plays f5. This forces Fabi to make a decision. Is he gonna crawl back or try to fight back with takes queen e2? I think he's forced to find a good move now. He has to play like this. And this looks scary for black. But apparently, even though black is down a pawn, there is enough play here. It does look very scary for black. Perhaps white's bishop is not that good and the d4 pawn is strong. All right. So this game is still up in the air. Prague's game about equal. Last time we checked, Arjun Erigaisi was putting a lot of pressure on Dominguez. And we left off after this move, rook b3. And I was saying that this position is very hard to defend because all of Arjun's pieces are, look at how coordinated they are. And this pawn is under immense fire. And the only winning move, only equalizing or close to equalizing move was knight d7. And Dominguez found it. This is an amazing move, knight d7. If Arjun takes this pawn, it's actually a trap. Black sacrifices the queen for a rook. And the attack is only beginning. Check. Knight check. Pawn check. No squares, but here, bishop check. King here, knight check. Has to go back to the bishop's knight check again. Then knight fork mate. This is the line that we showed before, maybe 30 minutes ago. Beautiful line. And Arjun, of course, did not fall for this queen c6, rook c8 trap. Instead, he plays knight b6, which we also showed. And now, I think Stockfish was saying to sacrifice the exchange with c5, and actually, Dominguez plays it. I didn't think he would find this. So, Dominguez sacrifices an exchange. Knight's under attack. So there's some transformations going on. So Black's position was really, really bad. But Black gave up a rook for a knight. In exchange, what Black got in return is that suddenly White's pieces are a little bit jumbled up, and Black's pawn structure was improved after c5. And now even though White's up in exchange, the rooks, without that one knight to attack the pawns, it's hard. And also, there were a lot of White square weaknesses for White that can be exploited. So therefore, Black has enough compensation, maybe. If Black can get 2 moves, this could be devastating. So queen c6, a4. Now g6. I can explain this move, I think. So why did Mr. Dominguez not play bishop b7 to play d4? Why did he not do this? I think the reason is there's knight d4, which is utilizing the pin. This kicks away the queen from the nice spot. And then perhaps the knight will go somewhere else. Maybe puts more pressure like this. And there's one idea I should mention. Since White is up a full exchange, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 pawns, it would be a smart idea for White to give back the exchange like this for a pawn. Because it's not about the material alone, it's about what is remaining on the board. If you can trade this, you break the pawn structure, you get rid of the attack, you saddle Black with the bad bishop. So, like, I think, yeah, this is the reason why g6, also e4 is a good move, by the way. But I was saying why bishop b7 was bad is knight d4. And then this rook b5 move. And then rook takes c5. The engine confirms this finding. And this is a winning position. And you know what's interesting? I must stress this. Arjun Erigaisi was playing like Stockfish this whole tournament. And these kind of positions where you have to be so accurate, that's his main strength. He will find a way. He will find the precise way. He's been so precise. I think he played games that are 99% accuracy. So him being up in exchange in a situation where both sides have to be really precise, he's going to find the opportunity. So Black has to be very careful. g6, rook c3. Okay, it's preparing the rook c5 move that we talked about. And Black doesn't want to play c4 because then the pawn structure loses its mobility and this becomes an outpost. But this move does sacrifice a pawn. So is Arjun, does he have something planned in this position? He gave back a pawn. I think he knows he's gonna win back something, another pawn. Is it queen d3 or something to do with this pawn? I'm not sure. It seems to me that he just gave back one pawn, and then he wants to go to a simplified position where the rooks can target all the pawns. Right? So he must have something here. Yeah, I mean, basically what he did is Black's most dangerous plan was to use the diagonal. He was okay to give back a little bit of material, and he's up in exchange. Yeah, exactly. He's up in exchange, and he doesn't have to force something here. Yeah, he doesn't have to force anything. But I feel like there's something concrete here too, like queen d3. Let me check. Yeah, rook d1. Immediately pressuring this pawn is good. Queen d3, there's c4. So I guess then suddenly the knight comes to d3. You don't want to play that. Rook d1 is good. Yeah. So seems like Dominguez should not have played bishop b5 and should have used the opportunity to somehow get his knight to d3. So I was on the money that Arjun plays is playing super accurate, and he's going to play rook d1, and then I don't think Black can hold on to all these pawns, and doesn't have enough time to get his knight to d3 or b3. Put pressure on this pawn. Doesn't have enough time. So rook d1 is on the board, and he is going to win the game. Okay, so India is going to win this game on board 3. And Arjun Ergaisi might have something like a monster score of 9 out of 10. Somebody check me on that. He's going to beat Dominguez at this rate. And finally, the Aronian game, I predicted this will be a draw based on the middle game position, where both players didn't have many weaknesses. And I think it hasn't really changed. No, this is basically, they're just going through the motions, and this game is going to be a draw. Because once again, both players don't really have any big weaknesses. I think rook d7, maybe rook f7. So white can pretend to try, but I'm going to be very, very surprised if he can pull something here. Yeah. Hi, chat. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So it looks like board 4 is going to be a draw. Board 3, Arjun Ergaisi is going to win the game. Board 2, I think this was kind of balanced. 9 out of 10 is, oh my goodness. What a score. This was fairly balanced, but I liked Prague's position more because it seems like his pieces were coordinated. Wesley's on the defense. He's trying to neutralize everything. So I think that Prague, knowing that a draw is all he needs, he's probably going to keep things under control. Like, he's watching the game with Arjun. He's also watching the game with Gukesh. He's right in the middle. I don't think he's going to go take too much excessive risk. He's just going to keep the game going. But he'll be okay with the draw. Because as we know, India is leading with 17 out of 18 points in this Olympiad. US trailing at 15. And in Gukesh's game, we see this line playing out. Gukesh is aggressive with f5, trying to win some pawns. Fabi chooses to not move the bishop and try to attack the knight and the pawn on c4. And there's this trade that opens up Fabiano's king, and Gukesh does win a pawn. On the one hand, I don't think there's any risk of losing for Gukesh in that position because he's up a pawn and their king is open. And this gives white so many outs. Even if you need to sacrifice a pawn to open the bishop, he's never going to be in a big danger. So I think this game, board 1, is going into a 2-result position where Guk's up a pawn, he can try to win a little bit, and worst case scenario, it'll be a draw somehow. So board 1, 2, and 4 could be a draw, and board 3 is too far gone for linear here, because I think Arjun is on his way to pick up some more pawns. He's up in exchange for a knight and a pawn. Okay, is there some tactics here? What was the last move? Rook d1, queen c6, rook d3, knight f6. Black is trying to hold on to the pawns. E4, there's a tactic. Okay, that's what I was asking about. Is there a tactic here? And Arjun seems to think so. D4, rook d6 wins a piece. Knight e4, rook d5 opens the files for the rooks. I was a bit concerned about moves like knight g5. But I'm sure it's just a ghost. There's no real threat because queen takes c5 plus 3. So e4, spectacular move. Every other move was actually only 0.9. E4 is plus 2. By the way, I think that he could have played e4. Yeah, this is very important move. Otherwise, the game would go on with these ideas. So after e4, a devastating blow. This weakens the pawns further and activates the rooks. Not looking good. At some point, white could even play h4 to kind of prevent knight g5, actually. So many options. We needed like a nickname. Somebody needs to come up with a nickname for Arjun. He's so accurate. We need a nickname for him for sure. E4 is so accurate. The way he's playing is so accurate. So many 97, 98, 99% accuracy games from Ergaisi this tournament. Therefore, the potential 9 out of 10 score. So what's the nickname for him? How can we come up with something? By the way, we should probably go to the... We haven't really looked at board 2. Yeah, we need to create a moniker. Like, there's a moniker for Firouzja, which is the Prince of Persia. I like that. Prince of Persia is a nice one. Arjun Fish. Okay, see, that's not bad. That's not bad. Someone had said. What was Magnus's? Magnus has many names, but still, actually, he doesn't have something that defines a style. People say Magnus draws water from stone. That people say so many things. The Indian Terminator. Oh wow, that is one heck of a name for sure. I think Prague and Vid have been extremely, especially Prague has been extremely solid, and we can't underplay that. Prague has been the Berlin Wall of the Indian team, just holding it down, very solid. He drew a lot of games. I think he's still at a plus score, but it's nice to have somebody who's solid, so that there's still some sort of stability on at least some of the boards. So I think Vidit and Prague have been more solid, although I think Vidit's games have been a little bit more tactical. But Prague's been extremely solid. And the strategy is working. Gukesh has been somewhere also solid, but he's won many games, of course, in a solid fashion. The Indian Terminator. All right, going back to match 2, which is Hungary versus Serbia, and the standings. $14 points for Hungary. Serbia also 14. Somehow they are matched board second, but that's fine. Hopefully this changes the camera. There we go. I don't think it's because it's Hungary, because I think I've seen them on different boards. Maybe sometimes the board numbering system doesn't really make sense for many reasons. Okay, we have a Spanish in the board 1, Rapport versus Predke. I'm gonna try to breeze through the opening. A lot of trades and a very unusual trade on b6. Usually this is a good thing for white, because black captures away from the center. But maybe that's not enough. And the current position is here. Seems like white is trying something. King on f7 doesn't seem so nice. But after many moves, probably black will hold. Yeah, black is trying to hold this. I think he will succeed. Yeah. So board 1 is currently about equal. And the Lecco game. It's also about equal. Maybe white is a bit better because the knight on d4 is nice, and there's some pressure on the queen side. This one, I think Sinan Sugiro used to play for Russia, but now he plays for Hungary. Could be wrong about that. This one looks like white is better because the d5 pawn, but perhaps black has some moves. Rook. Oh, this is one heck of a move to activate the rook like this. And the fourth board is a draw. I do want to look at the Dingler endgame, because it seems like Abdusatra was excuse me, let me turn off this engine. There we go. The arrows. So it looks like Ding was better, and the game petered out into a draw. So how did this happen? Seems like, yeah, a lot of mistakes were made this game. P2. So Ding was completely winning at some point. So one of the plans apparently was Rook C8, which is a bit surprising because why not Rook B8? Rook H7, Rook B6, G6 is enough counterplay. You sacrifice the knight. But what is so great about this move? And then you attack this knight. Okay, so this is a kind of a hard winning move. Rook C8 is a very, very peculiar move. It's like in the midpoint between trying to go here, but also trying to go to the b6 pawn if necessary. Fantastic, actually. But that may be too hard to find. And maybe he missed something. I think he might have actually missed this move. And all of a sudden, Ding Liren loses his passer, and then the game has gone into a draw. So I suspect that he actually forgot about rook h4. Something happened, some miscalculation, or he didn't find the right sequence to convert his pass pawn. So that game was a miss for China. And whoa, Wei Yi's game. So we left off here. It was about white was slightly better, or it was about balanced. Now black is currently up a pawn, but the king is open. Check. Queen h5, suddenly a big attack on the king is looming. Rook d1 is a threat as well. b4. So en passant, bishop takes c5. Just a big attack against Nadirbek Yakuboev. And the current position, and rook sacrifice, and a knight sacrifice. Wow. So Wei Yi is very famous for playing one of the game of the century. He played a very famous game where the opponent's king walked all over the board. This was many years ago. So Wei Yi has played some spectacular attacking games, and it seems like he might just pull off another one here. Rook sacrifice, knight sacrifice, threatening mate in one move. Black gives back the knight. Oh my goodness, what a position here. So to get a square on e5 and a check. So now it's no longer mate. All right, I'm just going to turn the engine on because this is too much. White is completely winning here. So king e5, there's rook e1 check, which leads to mate. e5 played. Give a little bit more room for the king. At least after knight h5, there's king e6. But queen h6 played. Trying to coordinate the queen and the knight, which makes a killer duo. And now it's completely winning for white. But the variation is to win the exchange and then continue the attack with the bishop and the queen. Okay, so how did this start again? Sacrifice the rook. Sacrifice the knight. And then blacks tried to hold on. It actually made things worse. And the current position is acting a fate. Knight g6 check. Takes, threatening bishop h6, queen f6, all kinds of stuff. Probably check and check. This is the main threat. For example, if I spend a move for fun, there's check, and then mate. This is the crisscross checkmate. And the reason why black couldn't go to king g8 is because rook g1 is game over. So how can he possibly try to stop this? Well, of course, this is something to consider. Queen h4 apparently doesn't really help too much. What about rook d6? Check. 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 And no more squares. And pin. Okay, that's a very particular move to win the game. But I'm sure there's something else. Queen b3, threatening a4 mate, for example. Wow. That's another move. So if bishop just goes back somewhere, check. Rook c7. Oh my. Very complicated though. This is the longer it drags on though, the white could make a mistake. So black will definitely keep playing this. Yeah, will he find the way after this position? I think he will. The thing is, white doesn't even have to win by checkmate because white's position is also not, it's pretty good after knight g6. He wins back material. Let's look at queen h4 check as well. King g2. Yeah, this is just too much. So positionally, white is nice here as well. And board number 3, Yu Yangyi is completely winning against. Wait, is there queen? No. Queen takes f3 doesn't work because there's an in-between move, check, that prevents the fork. But you could play this move, and now you're threatening queen f3. And the issue for white is that white is getting almost checkmated. And also, another thing I should mention is that if you move the queen, let's say somewhere here, you're threatening knight f1 fork, and also it's a discovered check. What about this move? There's still too much pressure. Okay, so the position is, how did it get so bad? It was about equal. So white did something really, really bad here. Okay, let's find out. White took a pawn and allowed queen f2. So white had 50-50 chance. Oh, he just forgot about this move. He forgot that the knight can just go to h5. That must be the only reason. Or it might be deeper than that, because usually it's not. Grandmasters don't miss stuff like this. There must be some other reasons that. Or he forgot this exists. Yeah, not sure. Suddenly he's coming with tempo. Maybe he thought there was some move like here and then check on g4. And he forgot that the king can hide somewhere, like f8. It might be something deeper. I'm not sure what he missed. But now it's, yeah, queen and knight make it too much of a dangerous pair. So Wei is going to win. Yu Yangyi is going to win. And this one. Okay. Black's putting a lot of pressure on white. Material is still equal. This could be a loss for Wang Yu. But it looks like China is going to win this match. Let's go back to the India versus US matchup. We left off in this position, and we have this moment, and Gukesh could have taken a6 or c5. He chooses to take the c5 pawn. Very understandable, because that seems like the more valuable pawn. I think the only trade-off for Gukesh is that queen a6 might have been more aggressive against the king with the rook f1 check and stuff like that. But queen c5 is long-term just getting rid of that support for the dangerous d4 pawn. So this is the safest move he could play. Bobby uses the time to safein his king up. Notice that if you play queen a6, I don't know if king g8 is possible because this is what I was talking about earlier, right? So Gukesh plays queen c5. He just wants to eliminate the losing chances. He can't lose this game. He's up a pawn. He can activate his bishop anytime. Fabi's trying to create counterplay. Gukesh activates his bad bishop. And I think he's threatening... Is he threatening check and then bishop g6, possibly? Let me make a random move for black. Okay, actually, I don't have to make a random move because d4 was played. But let's say he played something completely random. Yeah, bishop g4 is the main idea. And then going here, I guess. d2. Bishop g4. So it doesn't seem like Gukesh will lose this game because everything seems to be fairly secure. So what could possibly happen is somehow this will be some perpetual because Gukesh's king is a bit open. So there's a line that the engine's showing. I'm going to go into this a little bit. Sacrifice the knight. Make a queen. And then win back the bishop. And don't play... Yeah, play this. And then this should be a draw because of perpetual. All right, guys. This is very likely to happen. Something like this. And it doesn't... Okay, not yet. Fabi actually goes for the pawn instead of... This might have been a forced draw idea, rook d8. Fabi did not go for that. He played queen d3 and then he took the pawn. Okay. So Gukesh can now either forcibly win this pawn. So like rook f2. This is an instant draw, rook f2, because you just trade the pawn for another pawn. Yeah, so this game is looking like it's going to go into a draw, guys. He can continue playing with something like this, maybe. But my feeling is there'll be some trades and it's heading to a draw. They're good enough to make this into a draw. But okay, he has 1 minute 40 seconds. This might be I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls the plug here. Gukesh might okay, a4. Is that pulling the plug? Trying to understand this move. Takes rook f7. Yeah, it's sort of pulling the plug, but this is actually kind of dangerous. Rook d8. And then yeah, this should be a draw, right? Yeah, this is a draw. He's offering Fabi the chance to take the pawn and then allow rook f7, which would lead to that line. But can white try for more in this position? Like, why do I have to let you queen? Can I try something else? Are there lines where I can... No, I can't. I was just checking to see if I can sacrifice... Instead of taking the queen, is there something else? Like sacrifice the rook? Oh, it's possible. It's possible. Hold on. It's not mate, though. If you play this, it's mate. Even with two queens. But the thing is, you go here, and... Oh, man. If the queen wasn't there... If the queen wasn't there, that would be amazing. But since it's there, this is a draw by a weird perpetual. So maybe this Fabi can be scared by stuff like that, perhaps. How's Aaron doing? Yeah, of course. Let's take a look at that game. overall, I think he's doing pretty solid in the Olympiad in general. I wish there was a way to like look at the player individual results. Maybe someone can help me out here. What is his individual score? I believe he's been pretty solid. This game, call it a draw, and it looks like, yeah, they're just trading more stuff, and yeah, I don't think anything is gonna change. I do think that allowing this pressure was a little bit unnecessary. Yeah, he kind of got tricked into playing c5. But I think it's not enough to do anything. But this is a good thing for Aronian for sure. Yeah, I tried hovering the name. It doesn't work for me here. Yeah, this is a different board. It's a custom coded screen. Only the streamers have access to this one. Aronian 7.5 out of 9. I'm happy for him. I think he's been having like a string of bad results. His rating is lower, but this is a nice performance. It should give him a good confidence boost. Very nice result. 7.5 out of 9. If he draws this game. This should be a draw. So Aronian has a slight advantage with that weakness here, but the principle of multiple weaknesses is not there. Vidit only has one weakness, and that simply isn't enough for Aronian to convert. So board 4, it's a draw. Board 3, yeah, Arjun Aragaisi is just continuing to convert it like the Indian Terminator, as somebody's called him. Trading one pair of rooks. Actually, guys, very instructive. If you're up in exchange, get rid of black's last rook, because it generally increases the power of the remaining rook. Right? The back rank is vulnerable. So many reasons. So if you're up in exchange, it's generally a good idea to get rid of your opponent's last rook, because usually both of your rooks are kind of sometimes can be redundant, and also the defenses for black is significantly decreased after they lose the last rook. Their entire ranks become vulnerable. So that is probably a good conversion tip. So as you can see, somehow this position now, the knight is fully guarding the mate threats. Things are looking worse and worse for Dominguez here. He's trying to complicate the game by opening this, which is a reasonable attempt, but he's not gonna fall for any sort of perpetuals here. So this might be the key game that wins India the match here. So somebody said Wesley So is suddenly better. Did I jinx Prague? I praised him as being very solid in this tournament, and not going to take too much risk. It's interesting. It seems like Wesley was in a cocoon, and he managed to defend all of Prague's threats. And once he defended, suddenly the cocoon is unraveling. What is happening here? He sacrificed the bishop. If king takes, is there a mate? Knight g4 check. Oh my goodness, it's hg4, isn't it? The cocoon is unraveling. Somehow the play literally went to the position of near the knights. That's very unfortunate for Prague here. So he took this pawn, which started this whole sequence where the queen snuck in. The queen just snuck in, and I think he missed this idea of queen, some sort of a triangle kind of thing. So he's going to be kicking himself for opening the diagonal here without first taking some precautions. And all of a sudden, Wesley's passive pieces became perfectly placed to sacrifice on h6. And now Pragg is in trouble. His position is in tatters here. And he's actually losing the game. Oh, this is huge, guys. And they're approaching the time control. Pragg needs to make 3 more moves in 50 seconds. Now, the engine says +2, but I must say that materially it's still equal. But the pawn structure is so bad. So bad for black. Sorry, what happened here? Fabi did not take the pawn. He was spooked by Gukesh's threats. He was spooked. He played queen c6 instead. And then he played queen g6. He was definitely scared of some threats. And played a little passively. I think he missed rook f4. So Fabi was a little scared of the attack. Put his queen in a passive position. Which allowed Gukesh to pull a fast one. And just collect a free pawn. Wow. So Pragg messed up. And Wesley is now winning. But Fabiano messed up. And now Gukesh makes up for Pragg's game by swinging the pendulum in the other way. Once again, India is still on pace to win the match now. So this match was going to be a tie if Wesley won the game and this other games were a draw. But now, once again, the chances are... So it's a free pawn. It is a free pawn. Apparently, the best move was knight g6, which threatens this pawn. Maybe he was afraid of bishop to f5. This looks very scary. But apparently, it doesn't do anything. It does look very scary. Queen c2. King g1. King h3, rather. And rook f8. Yeah, it feels unnatural for Fabi to play this move, knight g6, which the engine recommends. Like, it's hard to... like, how do you allow stuff like this, right? But you can queen. So, I think he was afraid of stuff. He didn't have enough time to calculate everything. And he was a little indecisive, and now he's losing this pawn. Queen d5. So, queen g5. If Gukesh takes, there might have been a trap, like knight g6. This would restore the material balance. I mean, there's still bishop f5, but king h8. So Gukesh first plays h4 to unpin the rook prior to taking the pawn. And he's now +3 because queen a5, although it defends the pawn, it just leaves the king hanging, kingside hanging. And the h4 pawn actually helps in the attack as well. So this move helps white tremendously. So queen g6 takes, and this pawn move actually helps him. Queen g6 played, queen takes d2, rook b8. The current position is this, and Gukesh is up a clear pawn with potential threats against the king. Fabi's knight is kind of passive. This bishop is aiming at the king and the queen. White's king has a nice square on h3 if he needs to. There's a lot of squares for white to try to infiltrate. And we're reaching time control. So Gukesh needs to make 3 moves in 40 seconds. But I think he can do it because black doesn't really have any threats. That's a good big turnaround. And how about Wesley's game? Yeah, Wesley's going to win this because I don't think Prague can defend his position. Too many weaknesses. He can go into a losing endgame. I think he chooses not to go into losing endgame, but the alternative is getting checkmated, and that is what's happening. The knights that were so bad on f3 and h2 are seemingly bad. Cocoon, as I said, is unraveling. And if you guys thought a knight and a queen was a good combo for attack, try 2 knights and a queen. Try 2 knights and a queen. That's too many pieces. Too many forks. Just to show one line here, right? Literally, you can sack this and you win the game here. That's one idea. I think Prague might even resign after knight h6 because, I mean, there's no hope here. So we might see knight h6 and black might resign. Gukesh's game, we have a couple more moves. Should be 6. He's allowing the check, but as I mentioned earlier, I think this is a nice square for the king. And everything is safe. He's trying to crash through on one of these squares. Where does the knight even go? Bishop f5. So rook b6 played. Okay. The knight doesn't move. So here, bishop f7 is a nice move because the knight's under attack. I think this actually forces Fabi to trade the queens. And then white can snipe another pawn off the board. And white will be up 2 pawns. Will reach time control. Looks pretty winning. So I think this might happen, guys. The current position rook b6. If he plays this move, he wins another pawn on the board. Time control reached. So Gukesh is 2 clear pawns up. Is there any drawing chance for Fabi here? Knight c6. Bishop can maneuver back to d5. Bishop can target. Yeah, there's so many ways to try this. This one seems really clean. Nice centralized bishop. Maybe you can try to come over here. It's just not enough. It's not enough. Yeah, Gukesh is indeed going to win this. Wesley is going to win this. And then Arjun Ergaisi be left off here. Dominguez done an exchange, sacrificing a pawn to get perpetuals. But looks like that extra pawn has become another issue. Is he threatening rook takes g6? No. No, not quite. Because rook takes g6, there's this perpetual check. So he's actually threatening to go rook d8, I think, just to make a pass move. He's threatening to do this stuff. And yeah, queening. So after h6, you're threatening rook d8. How does black deal with this? Can he do this? This looks like a free pawn, although that was already white's extra pawn. But maybe the queen is now so misplaced that It's almost trapped. Somehow Arjun Ergais just finds that needle in the haystack kind of tactics or variations. So h6, it's one of those positions where it looks like black is just about to recover a little bit, but there's a killer move. And how does he stop this move? Queen f8? Then rook b6. Oh my goodness, it's always something, huh? So rook c6, rook b6 is a very interesting shuffle, but I wonder if I could just go rook b6 immediately then. It's more natural because you just stop queen f8. Yeah, so rook b6 is more natural, and this is bad. So here, guys, he's going to win this game. I think, yeah, it's 0-0. Aronian Vidit is going to be a draw. So India is right now on target to do a 2.5, 1.5 game, right? 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. Yeah, this is the current position. The queens are off. And Magnus would convert this with his eyes closed. I'm just trying to see if there are some sort of drawing chances. Probably not. But it will be instructive to see what is the best way to try to convert this. Do you try to put the bishop on d5? Do you try to target the a pawn? How do you improve your king? Do you try to push your pawns through first? Do you try to get the rooks to the 7th rank? All the above. Do you try to advance these pawns? I think the first step was to kind of coordinate your pieces to better squares. So I really like this idea, and then putting the rook on f7 just to kind of, or putting the rook on f8 just to improve the bishop a little bit, rook a little bit, and then we can decide, are the rooks going to go after the pawn, or do we push more pawns? Do we try to harass the knight, etc., etc.? So I like this plan of putting the bishop here, activating the rook, and maybe marching the pawns. Seems like a nice idea. So just to show, b6. There's some tricks here. The pawn does look a little vulnerable, but there's a way to force the trade, apparently. Almost force the trade. Yeah, the knight's getting vulnerable here. Just want to play some moves out to see how the game would continue. I think at some point you can even play for e5. Computer says to go into a winning rook endgame. That's another possibility, of course, because you're up 2 pawns after all. So activating the bishop should be the final straw. Prague has resigned after knight h6, just like I predicted, because he's going to lose his rook. Unfortunate. He's playing so solid and so well, and I think he might have lost a little bit of a sense of danger here, because his position looks so nice, and this queen a2 and queen e6 was so sneaky by So. I think he just underestimated how dangerous this is. So the queen transfer was a very unusual one that Prague probably missed. And then the attack just... He was almost ready to neutralize, but just before the queen trade happened, Wesley snaps a pawn off the board. And now queen e6 just can't be played because of knight g5. Is this the first loss for any Indian player? That is a good question, and I think... I don't know if you're right. It seems like you might be right about that. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, This might be one of the first losses. Thankfully for the Indian team, looks like Gukesh is going to make up for that game. And then Arjun Ergaisi is going to more than make up. Amazing. What about match 2? We had the Hungary versus Serbia game. This one seems drawish, although White can push forever. First board is drawish. Second board, they reach time control. Okay, White's probably slightly better, and the other games are drawn. So this one, it could be a draw on all 4 boards, which is, I guess, even better news for India if they win, because it just widens the gap. And China is going to win the match, I believe, because Yu Yang He has already won against Sindarov. So, and Wang Yue is currently losing because his queen is not tracked, but I wonder if the threat is to play Queen A2 and then Rook G2. No, it's not. It's to play Queen D6 and Queen takes G3. So there must have been some sort of sacrifice here. Yeah. So looks like Vokitov sacrificed the bishop. And then White made a mistake here. It's very hard though, this position. And then Queen D6 is, and suddenly it's getting checkmated. This is a very difficult position. Okay, so China is going to probably wait. Didn't Wei Yi, wasn't he just about to checkmate Yakuboev? Oh, he didn't play knight g6. He's +7 here. Knight g6 is +7. +4. Or +7 actually. But he played rook e1. Oh no. Bishop B, he might have missed bishop b7, which is a strange move. Mistakes were made. I think Wei Yi might have made a mistake, and suddenly he is not that winning anymore. Uh-oh. He made a mistake on move number 33. Instead of collecting the exchange, he played another move that looked fancy if you take this mate, but it gave black that one tempo to just regroup, and you don't have the same moves anymore. Apparently there was some move here that won the game, knight g2 or something. How's that fun? Okay, it's to open this one. D2, bishop takes D2. Rook takes... Okay, there's no way to find this. This insane move. Knight G2. Wow. Okay, knight G2 is absolutely insane. But he just checked and then took the pawn like a human being and won the queen. But unfortunately, he sacked too many pieces, and the game is no longer easy to win. So this might cost... It might be a tie then. It might be a tie because of this game. Of course, the king is exposed. He has few pawns. This might be a tie. This is a very interesting game by Wei Yi, and I don't know, he could have played queen g6. He must have been something Something must have scared him here to not play this move. Maybe he was scared of rook d6. It's easy to, with the eval bar on it. Of course, it's easy for us to say this, like, oh, okay, why didn't he play this? Something must have scared him where he didn't see something clear. Not sure exactly what he was scared of. Okay. Did Gukesh play the move bishop f7? He did not play bishop f7, but he played bishop e2. It's also a good move. a5. Bishop b5. So it's nice that the bishop is protected. Even if the knight attacks the bishop, I think Gukesh can probably ignore it. Also here, there's e5. So he's just trying to trade off the knight. And then if the knight doesn't go to e5, it's just misplaced. And if the knight goes to e5, it can be attacked and dominated. So yeah, I think Fabi is going to play more, but there is just no hope. Maybe the king will enter the game now. So currently, US is leading. Here, I'll take you to this page so we can have an overview. So if you go here to teams, I made a special page to get a better overview. There we go. So currently, US has a 1 win over India, but as you can see, Gukesh and Arjun Erigaisi are both going to win, and this game is going to be a draw. So the predicted score is 2.5 to 1.5. The Hungary-Serbia match might be drawn all 4 boards. The China match, China is ahead right now, but 4th board Wang Yue is going to lose after queen d6. And this game, Wei Yi was supposed to win the game, but he's fumbled the attack a little bit. Armenia, Ukraine is a draw. Slovenia, Netherlands. Seems like Ben is winning. Okay. Let's take a look at here. This was the game where Ben went all in. Sorry. Is Ben losing? Yeah, Ben is playing white. Excuse me. So I mentioned how black sacrificed the pawn, but white's king is in danger. So black kind of goes all in on the attack, kind of like a King's Indian or Sveshnikov. And it's not fun to defend. Whoa, knight g4. White sacrifices a piece just to get a bishop in the game. And after some trades, the attack still continues. The attack still continues, and there's this maneuver. And it's not, there's no back rank because knight f8 is there, and this is over. So unfortunately for Ben, it seems like black is on their way to checkmate. So once again, going to the standings page. It looks like the Netherlands might lose. Okay, so I think we have time to take one more break. There are still many games going on. We hit the time control, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll have more action after the time control start to dwindle down into time pressure. So don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly. Thanks for being with us. Welcome back, everybody. It looks like we have a result. The Fabiano Kukesh game. Fabiano has decided to throw in the towel after King F2. I think it's just too much. There's no possible way for him to have held this at this point. It was just suffering. So he decided to clarify the result and just resign. Now, the current score technically is 1-1. But this game, Arjun Ergaisi's game, it seems like he is on his way to convert. Perhaps there is some, when the kings are vulnerable, there's always the chance that someone could blunder. Historically, in this tournament, it's not been the case for Arjun. So, but you never know. You never know. The king being exposed, it's not fully in the bag just yet. I think that what he wants to do here is to trade queens. Then it is in the bag because the rook would probably collect the other pawns. I assume that that's what he wants to do. To trade queens. Now, black is not going to just let that happen. Maybe queen g1 check. Yeah, queen g1 check keeps the game going. So queen g1, king d2. Can black play king takes h6, or is that suicidal? It's suicidal because queen f6 check. So that's not possible. So what's the next move? Queen b1. Doesn't have any threat. White does have a threat. If black plays something random like queen b1, let's play queen g4 for that. Queen g4, queen e4. Queen b1, also queen e4. Check. So queen a1, just to make a move. I just want to show this threat is very hard to handle. Because after king g8, this rook e6. So it seems like, even though it's true that white's king is a little exposed, the fact that this queen on e5 is just this guardian angel of a defender, and it's threatening all kinds of mating ideas. Queen f6, queen g7, all this stuff. So white is using maximal efficiency of their remaining pieces here. So maybe the result is not in question. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like Dominguez cannot hold this. This would get the India score to 2-1. And then this game looks like Levon is still playing this out. We left here. He traded another pawn, but every pawn trade makes this game even more draw than it was. Right? Because at some point, if there's only one pawn left, you could even sack the knight for a pawn, and this is a draw. So this, I think that they'll shake hands at any time. Thank you for the nice comments in the Lichess chat. I appreciate it, guys. You guys keep me going. I have the eval bar on now because even I'm getting exhausted. We've been commentating since the morning, and I don't have a co-commentator, so I just want to make sure I don't blunder anything in the analysis at an important time. But this game, yeah, it doesn't take the eval bar to know that this is a draw. So India is going to win 2.5 to 1.5. Shall we go to the women's section? Because I didn't think we have checked it in a while. Let's go. Okay. So just to show, I want to see the overall team standings. There we go. Kazakhstan, 3 boards are draw. But looks like black is winning this game. So Georgia has a little bit of an edge here. And Vietnam. Okay, this Hungary is currently leading, but Vietnam can equalize. And the Indian team, okay. Looks like India is 2-1. And this game, Vaishali's game, is neck and neck. All right, maybe we should take this opportunity to maybe jump in. Also, US versus Ukraine here. Fairly level, except that Carissa has beaten Anna Oshanina. Okay, so let's jump into this game first. The critical game between Georgia and Kazakhstan. So click. Hopefully the camera loads us. The whole scene loads the camera as well. There it is. What a weird position. Completely closed position. And you would think that this is a draw because it's a fortress. However, the eval bar states that black is winning. So there must be a way to break the fortress. So and let's try to find this out. Okay, so what are the possible ways to break through? One of the ways to break through is to sacrifice an exchange. And then get the knight to d3. So that's one idea I'm thinking about. There's another potential break with sacrificing the pawn, but after a takes b4, I don't know what we achieved. Okay. Thank you, Juho, for the nice comments. I'm trying to keep it together right now. It's the last half an hour of play here for the group. Now, is this the only way to sacrifice? Oh, there's one more way, guys. This is a tough one. You can sack the knight on b2 or c3 and then take rook takes a3. That is tough to do. That is tough to do. So either you sack the rook here. This is hard to do because when you go, let me make a pass here. When you go here, and if white allows this, then black can probably take and be better. Yeah. But the problem is white will just do this and we're back to square one. But let's try the other sacrifice. This one. So this knight is still guarding the pawn, so they're stuck. This is stuck. So let's say king f1 to try to free the knight up. Maybe black maneuvers the rook around and comes over here. Now, does this look lost yet? Not really. Knight d1. I want to see. You know, it might look like white can hold this, but this engine is screaming that this is not holdable. Probably because of some sack like b4 at some point. Okay, I think it's starting to... It's going to come soon. This is really deep, guys. This is really deep stuff. You don't sacrifice, just playing chess. So I think we just outlined the winning plan for Bella Kotinashvili. White just has no space. And you just need to create a passer by walking the king to c5. I wonder if you could do this first. Do you want to try to get the king? I would probably do that first. It takes a bit more guts to sack the knight and then just chill with the king. Is there an arbiter sitting somewhere? That's a good question. You're right. Someone is sitting and watching the game. There are two people sitting and watching the game, right? Hold on. Let me... You know what? I'm going to change this for you guys. So give me a second. Match 1. All right, is that better? Yeah, I think there were arbiters. There were 2 people sitting. Wait, hold on. Is that the team captain? Or is that an arbiter? Also, are there rules that the captain must stand behind the players? I think there's a rule like that. You have to stand. You can't stand where they can see you because maybe you can signal stuff, right? Because there was a scandal and stuff where the captain, there was many years ago. I don't know what, I don't want to misspeak in a country, but there was some scandal about that in an Olympiad. Not this year, but many years ago. So I believe you're supposed to stand behind the players. So it has to be the arbiters that are sitting in the middle. But this is a fascinating position. Or these might be random passerbys of other countries. Okay, King C7. I think Bella is preparing this. She is going to walk her king and then sack her knight. And this is interesting. Let's look at this. Nurman knows that the sack is coming, so decides to protect the A pawn. Now, maybe this is inevitable. So basically, Bella is saying, I'm going to do this. Maybe after I transfer the rook over, you can't stop me from crashing through. So I'm going to make a random move here. King F1, King B6, King G2, and Rook A7, Knight D1, complete turtle mode. But the thing is, I can sacrifice here or here. So this pawn is going to lose. And this is the same situation we analyzed earlier, where they're going to infiltrate, and then they're going to go B4, King C5. Is Jababa in the Georgian team? I think so, in the men's section. We can check it out later. So this game will, I believe, put Georgia in the lead. Let me just double check that. Pardon me. It will tie. They will tie with Kazakhstan. And if India wins, they will be leading. So if Georgia wins, it will be a huge favor to Indian team, allowing them to move forward. And speaking of Indian team, how are they doing in the women's section? We should probably check that out. I have cameras. Let's see. So Divya won against Ni. I'll look at the final position. Whoa, there was a sacrifice. Hold on. So she was already kind of winning, but there was a nice sacrifice at the end. Rook takes E6. The idea is that there's a fork. Nice move by Divya there. And Wantika, board 4, drew with the perpetual check. Whoa, almost looked like Black was getting mated, but I think her games have been really tactical. From what I've seen in the highlights of Chess-Based India, board 4 games have been very crazy. So, and then the Drunavali, first Harika drew against Zhu. was a repetition. So it all comes down to the second board, Vaishali, Prague's sister, older sister. And there is another strange position. Vaishali is up as a queen, but it's looking a little strange. Okay, this must be at least be a perpetual. But can she win the game? I think it's probably a perpetual. Yeah. Okay, guys. This will be a perpetual. So Indian team is going to eke out a victory with 2.5. I mean, there's no way this is not a perpetual. One of these diagonal checks. Yeah, this queen is just too powerful. The king is too exposed. I'd be surprised if somehow you can block, but there's only not enough pieces. So the light square checks are going to make it a draw. Okay. So if Indian team wins, they will be leading. I mean, we might have Indian men and women leading the tournament, which might be a first. Is Egypt playing? Yeah, I believe so. I don't know if they're on the top boards, but yeah, they should be playing. I'd have to look it up. I don't know if I have the resource to look it up right now, but I'm sure someone can check it out. Yeah. So it's a draw. Now let's go back to the main section. Oh, did we look at Magnus's game, by the way? Let's look at Magnus's game first. Magnus is board 37. Magnus did indeed win against Ivan from Moldova. So we left off after f4. Magnus's opening was not that successful, but Ivan actually in the middle game played knight here, then played king g8, and then played knight back. So about 4 tempos were spent in a non-efficient manner, and this allowed Magnus to take over the game by putting his rook to f1 and playing f4. So Magnus is at +2. I don't think he's going to... He did not let it go. Maybe already threatening a bishop sack. So you think sacking a bishop is your ally. And Black thought and tried to stop it with knight f8. But even though that was stopped, it doesn't matter. Magnus builds a second wave of attack with the rook on f2 and f1, and slowly does the AlphaZero h-pawn push. The thing is, Black has no counterplay. Black is just sitting passively. And maybe queen d5 was a try to trade, but no, the f-pawn is hanging. So g5. That can't be good because your king is now ripped open. And Black says, can we go to the endgame and play it out for another 50 moves? Magnus says, some people say I'm the best endgame player of all time. Some people. So be my guest, I guess. So Black doesn't get checkmated, but this is going to be a squeeze. Yeah, it's going to be a squeeze. Because all these pawns are messed up and they're on white squares. And, okay, we have a little tactic now. Because I think this was this a Zugzwang? Oh, it's a literal Zugzwang. If you move this rook, you lose the pawn. If you move the bishop, rook f7 check. If you move the rook, rook takes f6. And finally, if you move the knight here, there's rook f7 check, bishop g5 idea. And if you move the knight to h7, bishop takes h7. You can't move the pawn because takes. Oh my goodness, this is actually a Zugzwang. It's a literal Zugzwang. Magnus says, I'm a bit of an endgame specialist myself. Okay. Opposite color bishops, but with the rooks on the board and several vulnerable pawns. Whoa. Oh, this is nice. You take rook h1, king g7, and g5. A very cute tactic by Magnus. Very cute. So h6 threatening mate, and to push the pawn all the way down. Oh, and g5, repeating the same exact trick. Fool me once, fool me twice. Same exact trick, and Ivan resigns. So this was a nice conversion. Yeah, it was a nice conversion by Magnus. He's never the person to shy away from a better endgame because he thinks that it's just going to be a for sure victory with an edge. So that's why he allowed this queen trade to happen. So Ivan had a good opening. It's just that he drifted in the middle game, and that was lethal. Yeah. That must be the GM. Do you mean Tukmakov? Vladimir Tukmakov? There's a coach. But what team are you talking about, Rex? The person on the camera. And what camera was it? Because we changed the angles. Okay, we have a request to look at board 73. Okay, let me scroll down. I think I have 73. Okay, so this is the Egypt team. Yeah, Egypt is playing. They're a little bit lower. Bassem Emin is a very strong grandmaster, but I think their team is a little top heavy. Probably. Yeah, Bassem went against a Bolivian grandmaster here and an Italian. I read somewhere that Bassem is also a doctor. Let me know if I'm wrong. Okay, is that a blunder? Takes. Yeah, maybe a simple tactical blunder. Back rank plus 94. So that actually happened. But black got a lot of play. Won a pawn with the two bishops. Bassem is a doctor and a professional chess player. Very impressive. And he just converted this. Nice bishops. Very reminiscent of the Magnus game. Wow. And bishop f4, which is a cute mate idea. Nice game by Mr. Bassem. All right. Let's going back to the board one and or the first match. Looks like let's go to the Arjun Ergaisi game. Has he made progress? He has made progress. He managed to trade the queens, it seems like. Okay. Now, I am getting a little worried that the pawns have started to disappear a little too much. By the way, let me do this for you guys. I'm going to crop that because the games are almost done. Let's do this. We're going to do this live. All right. So the fact that there are only 2 pawns remaining is a bit concerning. But now okay, computer is saying that it's +7. Of course, the engine sees so far ahead that the evaluation. I'm losing my voice. Excuse me. What I was saying is, engine saying 7.4 because it sees like 25, 30 moves ahead. So it looks like +2 for us, but +7 for the computer. Okay, there's a interesting idea here. Rook here, rook here. Not sure if it's that great. Bringing the king up makes sense. Okay, I think the computer doesn't really care if you give up this pawn. So the idea is to win this pawn, target the knight, then these two will fall, and all you need is this b2 pawn. So that's kind of the position here. So something like that. Let's just say, just to show, you can lose this pawn, and then you this is enough. King is cut, and you're gonna win these pawns. So this is fine. This is fine. And Levon and Vidit indeed have shaken hands. They did they repeat or did they play it? Okay, this is clearly draw. And Hungary versus Slovenia has come down to this one game. Everything else was a draw. Leko, the legendary Grandmaster World Championship finalist, who I believe tied with Vladimir Kramnik in their World Championship match, but the rules said that if you tie, the World Championship still goes to the defender. That rule didn't make any sense, by the way, but there was a rule like that. You have to beat the world champion to... I don't even think there was a tiebreak. Someone can confirm this. So Leko almost became world champion by defeating Kramnik, but I believe they tied. And then, but the condition said that makes the defending champion the victor. This was when there was 2 world championships, by the way, where there was a FIDE world championship and there was a private world championship, kind of split. So here, Leko, it's up a pawn, but maybe the king is too vulnerable. Where exactly is the draw, though? It's not clear white has it, but it seems like black is the one that's pushing here. Maybe something to do with the pawn sacrifice. H5. Opening up the king even further, but it's not so clear. So I just want to see some lines here. H5. Pawn takes H5. And this move. Okay, that's pretty hard to see. You play H5 first to open the king, and then there's a draw because there's just too many open. That's a really nice maneuver, by the way. So Sarana has to see this idea of sacking the pawn, then sacking the rook. Not easy at all. Not easy at all. So if he sees this idea, then all the games are drawn. This will make Indian team leading. I think that clinches it, right, guys? Let's check the settings one more time because I'm curious. So this, give me a second to look at the teams. That's not what I wanted to do, actually. We should look at the standings here. So if India wins, they will have 19 out of 20 with only 1 round to go. And everyone else is, well, I guess there's still a chance that they haven't secured it fully yet, even to the last game, depending on how China and Uzbekistan do. Correct. They can still tie with India. So it's still, I mean, there's still something there, but this is huge. 2-point lead. Okay, so if in the final round, if China wins again, they can catch India. But right now, how is it going? Let's check again. So Yeah, Uzbekistan and China are playing. That's important. So one of these teams is gonna narrow out. So China has better tie breaks potentially. This I'm not sure about the tie breaks. You know, who has better tie breaks? But maybe we should just go to the games right now to see this important matchup between Uzbekistan and China. So last time, Wei Yi was supposed to win the game with a fantastic attack. Oh, and it looks like he actually managed to improve. So if you remember clearly, he had a great attack, and then it became this position where the attack is gone, and if anything, White's king is more vulnerable. But now, after a few more moves, somehow Wei Yi was able to push the pawns, both of them, pretty far down the board. This is way better than over here a few moves ago. Right? So black wasn't able to build some sort of a fortress. So perhaps there's some ideas of walking the king up the board and walking the pawn even further. There's some vulnerable king action at some point on b6. Looks like Wei Yi once again is back to the winning ways. By the way, a5 played. I think this is trying to clear the back rank. So do you en passant here? You may. I think I'd en passant here because extra checks kind of help me. Or should we keep this pawn as weakness? That's a tough call. It's forced after all, right? En passant. No, actually, I think not en passant is fine too. This pawn is such a weak pawn. You never know when there's threats against the pawn. With the bishop, it might be better to keep the pawns on the board. Also, because more pawns, the more winning chances in general. So queen d6 is, I mean, keeping it alive is fine. Maybe here, queen d6, right? Stuff like that. Could be king a7, creep in here. I don't know if bishop d8 is a viable move at any point. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, en passant being forced is a joke. Yeah, chat. Okay, so I don't know. He didn't en passant. He played king h5. So he's keeping the extra weaknesses potentially. So China is actually on their way to win the game. Oh, by the way, this game is done. Wang Yue should resign because he just got forked here. Okay, so China has worse tiebreaks than India. It's hard to know. It can change round by round, but this is I think it's still good news for India if Uzbekistan had better tiebreaks because I think Uzbekistan drew India, so they must have better tiebreaks, right? And India beat China, so they must in a tie situation that might help India, I believe. So this is good news for India. And we see that one of the games is finished. I believe Wang Yue resigned. So we can edit the camera now just to the Wei Yi game. We can't see much of Wei Yi though. Just a little bit. He needs to lean in a bit more. Just a little bit more. But he's under pressure. And oh, we have the current. I predicted this position with bishop d8. Seems like it's on the board. Queen d6 and then bishop d8 on the board. I think we're gonna see a resignation soon. This is a nice instructive moment of the principle of multiple weaknesses. So that's one weakness. Black is already busy guarding two of these problems. So a third problem is the final nail in the coffin. I would even say the king is a problem too. So black has too many issues. And yeah, queen takes b6. I think this is just inertia here. Okay, we see the quick moves playing on the board. The camera, king a8 is forced, and now this is a nice move because it threatens mate. And pretty hard to stop. I mean, you can check king h5, and then there's a new threat of queen a6 mate. So I think we're going to see one more move played, maybe two moves. So I don't see why bishop f5. Bishop f5 might be played, or he might resign here. Thank you for posting the tie breaks in the Twitch chat, Megalodon. Okay, so it says that India has tiebreak 1 score of 17. But is that just the points? So maybe tiebreak 2 is 322. And United States has tiebreak 2 score 272. Uzbekistan 271 and China has 268. So India has 322 tiebreak points. More than anybody else, because I think they've swept their matches. Many of the individual players have won so many games, like Arjun and Gukesh. So I think this might just clinch the match, although tiebreaks can change round by round. So the only people that can catch them would be China. And somehow, if I guess theoretically speaking, maybe India could lose all their games the next round and China could win all their games. So there might be theoretically a chance that something can go wrong for India. But yeah, okay, we have a result. So Wei Yi has won the game against Nodirbek Yakuboev, who is clearly upset because I think he's showing on the camera that there was some sort of fortress and he didn't see it. But honestly, he was losing earlier, so Wei Yi deserved to win this game. But yeah, he managed to. Something happened where he missed a draw, or there was this move. Oh, he had this move, or this move. Was there rook h3? Oh my goodness, he had a draw here. Rook h3 was missed by rook h3, king h3, and bishop e6 check, queen g4. Does look scary for black, but compared to what happened in the game, this is queen g4, rook d3, bishop e3. Yeah, bishop e3 is there, but this endgame, black can probably hold this. So black missed this nice move to win the queen. So he did make another mistake here. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit. This was an important game. And yeah, Arjun Ergaisi has won the game officially, by the way. The final moves were as follows. Rook e5. Okay, so Dominguez played knight g5, which did not change anything. And Arjun played this nice move, rook h3, puzzle rush tactic. And Dominguez resigned. I think the Indian Terminator might be a good nickname. Somebody just talked about this. Very precise. Very precise. Okay. So all the main games are done. And I will give you guys the standings one more time. So tomorrow, we're going to the final day. And I'm happy to say that Eric Rosen will be joining me for commentary. Or I should say, I will be joining him for commentary. Huge win for India today, which gets them to 19 out of 20. Followed by China, who barely won out against Uzbekistan, who is at 17. And Hungary tied. So I believe their score. So this is the previous, the starting of the today. Hungary is at 15. All right. So there we have it, guys. Tomorrow is going to be an important day for India, but they just need to, their tiebreaks are good. Their score is great. They just got to keep doing what they were doing. So I think that's it, guys. We are the standings, women's standings also. We had to look at some of the games. 1 second. Let me just make sure we covered that as well. So after today, okay, we don't know exactly what's going to happen in Georgia, Kazakhstan yet. But Bella was winning that game. Hold on a second. Let me go back to that game because I remember she was winning this game. And she did sacrifice a piece. But did she do it in the wrong way possible? Okay, apparently she played this in the wrong way. Okay, what is the difference between doing it like this and doing it another way? Apparently king b6 must be played. And then knight b2. No, not even then. Knight takes c. This is kind of strange. There's some issue with this particular setup. I'm just curious. Okay. So b4 is not winning the game. Why not? Because king d2. Aha. So somehow white has a move that just holds everything together. And it's a fortress. You gotta be kidding me. It's almost a zugzwang after rook h8. And it's crazy because there's only one move for white to not lose. Rook h2, rook h1, rook h2, rook h1. An amazing position. Still trying to understand some of these details. So what made what was the winning line then? King b6. I just want to see h2, knight b2. Just curious. Okay. So it seems like the sacrifice works when black can trade off a pair of rooks. The sacrifice works when they can trade off a pair of rooks. Now, let me explore that even further. Because there's no waiting moves. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you add another rook, white can wait. There's no reason for black to have an extra rook. But once you trade a one pair rook, then it's zugzwang. You have to make a move here. There's nothing can move here. You can't move the king. You can't take because then the opponent just breaks through. So if you add a pair of rooks, white can wait. And the other rook is actually useless because it doesn't help you. So the point of it wasn't king b6 the move. It's just that black should time this move. This might be a meta zugzwang. Hold on a second. A zugzwang that will help facilitate another zugzwang. What I mean by that is you only sack. So I'm saying this position is a zugzwang because it leads to another zugzwang. Does that make sense? Hold on. Let me see if that actually makes sense. So why? Why is that the case? So if rook h2, we see why the rooks are disconnected from the a file. So there's no way for white to play rook d1 and rook here, because if you spend a tempo here, then it's a draw, right? But why is this a meta zugzwang here? Let's see. So if I make a waiting move on the first rank, I still can't sack because then they will organize the defense. So there's some other deeper stuff here. I think it has something to do with pressuring this pawn. Still kind of trying to understand this, to be honest. Here. Okay, you do this. You force the knight to come over here. Then you sack. But how does that help me? And then you come back. And then I go... I don't understand how this helps me, though. Takes knight b2. Rook a2. Making it... This is a zugzwang now. Okay, I think I'm getting it. So the idea is that white wants to go rook b1 and rook d1 and king d2. But if you tie down the pieces first, now both rooks are tied down. So white cannot play rook b1 and rook d1 and king d2. But black can play rook a. So if I do something rook here, black can play some move where she goes here and here, and you don't have time to play rook b1 because then rook a1. So it's some sort of first tie down the pieces, and then sacrifice. But this is too deep. This is very deep. This is like 6 layers of thought process. So the breakthrough is to sacrifice, but then after you sacrifice, you got to trade a pair of rooks. So if you want to trade a pair of rooks, you got to make sure that white doesn't get a certain setup. To not let that setup happen, black must first tie down the rooks by playing rook h8, and only when white's pieces are a little bit more disorganized, then you sacrifice when their pieces are at maximal disorganized position. Yeah. So basically earlier when the rooks were like here, rook here would force the opponent to play knight f2, making it a little disorganized. So white invests black invests, I guess, one tempo, but not really one tempo, right? I'll tell you why. Knight takes b2 helps the knight go to the blocking square, but knight takes c3 means that white needs to make a trip to go to b2. So the switcheroo doesn't really lose time for black. So does that make sense? So another reason is that you can sacrifice on c3 is better. And now you get that position where you stop all the ideas for white. White is stuck now. Okay, this can be written in some book or something. But anyway, coming back to this position. So it seems like Nurman got white, since black did not do the sophisticated sacrifice on c3 by forcing the knight to go to f2, it seems like white stopped the trade of rooks and now can just wait forever. And this might be a draw. Yeah, black tried to maneuver to this side. But now the problem is it takes an equal number of moves for black to do the same thing as white. Oh, this is a very nice Zugzwang attempt. But now you move the knight, I guess. Oh, they're trying. Just in time. Same thing again. So, looks like the Kazakhstan Georgia game is going to be a draw then. Very fascinating. Very fascinating. I think we're going to see this game in some book or something. Very interesting game. Okay. But I have to go now, guys. Very interesting endgame. Glad we looked at it. So this game is going to be a draw. So Kazakhstan at the end will have 17 points. And India, I believe, won their match. So India also has 17 points. So this women's section is going to be very exciting. And this game, hold on, wait. More things are happening. I had to go back to this before I sign off. Okay, look at this. Looks like black sacrificed the exchange. They're not done yet. And king a4. But the engines are saying it's still a draw. But this is actually very brave of black to not just give up. Sacking the full, it's down a rook. King a4. That's an insane attempt to try to win the game. So king a3 is happening. Let's just say I wait. I just do nothing. I just play this move. King a3. Could black even lose? Black might lose this if she's not careful. But I mean, let's just say white waits. b2. King c2. b3 check. King here. King a2. Oh my goodness. Now I think one of the threats here there's no way that rook takes h3 is a move, right? Because that wouldn't make any sense. No, because then I think rook h3, I think rook takes b2 and then white is winning. But the main problem for white is also stuck. Yeah, king e2, rook h3 is winning. Oh my goodness. So, okay, the king has to be here. But if the king is on d2, then rook h3 is not winning because I have rook b. I believe. Hold on. How does this work again? So white needs to make a waiting move here. So I guess you move the rook somewhere here. And I think black can just stay here. Black can just stay here and it's still a draw. But you see my question, like rook b1, rook h3. Is this possible? I think it's not, because rook b2. Yeah, rook h3, king b1 is a draw, because this is a loss, by the way, for white. White needs to go here and check. Only move to prevent b1. And now you can, this is stalemate, by the way. Take a load of that one. Or you can make a draw like this. But so, but the thing is, this leads to this check. This gets rid of that amazing pawn. And now I can come around and check, gain a tempo. And here, this is losing now because you need the b pawn. So this is a nice attempt by black to at least test white a little bit. If they're careless, they could lose it by allowing some sort of fancy rook sacrifice. There's also this move, king b3. Yeah, it's definitely a nice attempt by Bela Kotanashvili. I had to say this. I don't think that this is draws a guaranteed result here. Yeah. This is an interesting situation because it shows that the rooks have now no value if there are no open files. It's very, very, it's powerless. Okay, we're seeing that happen now. b2, king c2, b3. So we know that this position is a draw because everything is closed. Threatening mate, by the way. So you have to play b2. So b2 is coming. And then king c2 is the most stable move because otherwise king b3 I think is too dangerous to allow this. Then c3, c2, it's bad for white. So king c2 stops everything. If white wants to be ambitious, they take the pawn, but this can backfire. Because how do you stop c3, c2? You have to give up your rook. Oh, sorry, this is not giving up the rook because it's pinned. But then you give up the pawn. Oh my gosh. And then check. Here, I can sack the rook and take on c4, but then you take on f3. And then you go rook c6, and then you go rook e3, takes, check, here, check. Okay. It might be a draw anyway at the end, but that's just too much. I don't think white will do that. King c2 on the board. Okay, white wants to make a draw. Just wait. They can move the rook back and forth, and it's a draw. So as long as you don't touch the king, you need to not touch the king. Don't touch the king. You should wait this way. You gotta wait this way. Because if you touch the rook and king is on a2, you gotta, you can't move the rook here. And if you can't move the rook, so you have to just wait like this. I think that's the strategy here. So king d2, king a2, and you wait rook somewhere here. And I don't think there's any try here for black. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to try to see if there's anything. No, there's nothing. Who's taking photos? The person taking... Oh, no, I don't know who that is, actually. Definitely a photographer, professional photographer. but I don't think he doesn't look like a Maria. King a2 on the board, and now I think we'll see a draw after one of these rook moves. Can white blunder something and play king e2? Highly unlikely, because white has been pretty careful. Highly unlikely. So if I see a rook on f1, I'm going to call it as a draw, and then we're going to wrap up the commentary. And she plays... I think she moved the rook, guys. Did she play rook f1? Let me refresh. Yeah, okay. So, well done. Nurman actually found the... I applaud both players. Bella has... This is a very interesting attempt. Rook b2. I don't know if this is... I mean, this is very creative. And then white also shut it down with this one. Now found the only way to... The idea to not fall into this rook h3 move. If you go king to e2, then you lose. So basically, after you move the rook away, then rook h3 doesn't become a threat anymore, because you can give up your rook for this pawn. And yeah, this doesn't make too much of a difference, as you can just wait forever here. So, okay. Thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. It was quite exhausting, but think about the players. These players are even more exhausted, of course. I'm losing my voice, so I hope I can recover by tomorrow. But you will see me and Eric at the same time. I think 3 p.m. Budapest time and 8 a.m. Central Chicago time. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sure the mods will raid a channel. And I will see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great morning or evening or good night. Signing off now.